please.
Carlson.
Here.
Hurtek.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira.
Vieira will be, Councilman Vieira will be participating remotely.
Is he?
He's online. Can you hear us, sir? Please unmute yourself. So he is present virtually. All right, may I have a motion to open all the public
hold on.
hearings? Motion from Councilmember
Miranda.
Miranda? Yeah.
Mr. Moran.
Are you here? Councilman? They're doing roll call, roll call.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Meniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Okay. All right. Motion to open all the public hearings from Councilman Clendon. Do we have a second? Second, Councilman Miranda, all in favor? Aye. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, a motion of council, please, to permit Councilmember Vieira from participating remotely.
I'll make a motion to allow him to participate
What'd I say?
from home. You said from participating from home.
If he turns that light off behind his head,
Yeah,
so,
that would be
so he
helpful.
doesn't look so angelic.
Just kidding.
We have a motion from Councilmember
and-
Hurtak. Do we have a second? Second, Councilman Miranda, all in favor? Aye. Yes, sir?
And just a reminder, Councilmember Vieira, that you are presumed not to participate when you cannot be seen, and we're going to make sure that, I'm asking CTV, that you are present on the screen when it comes time to vote, so it can be recorded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Dock, if you'd like to go over the agenda.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and Council. I'd like to take a moment and introduce our newest team member.
Okay.
Christopher Lunch is with our department. Chris is an urban planner too. He will process rezonings and special use two applications. He joins us from Pasco County government, where he led the special projects team in planning, development, and economic growth. He brings a diverse planning background to the city of Tampa. That includes long-range and current planning and historic preservation work. He holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Tampa and a Master of Public Administration from Hodges University. So I'd like to take a moment just to introduce him. He has a case he will present tonight, and you'll see him slowly take on more caseloads. So thank you for letting me introduce him, and I'm going to turn it to Stephanie to clear the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. Good evening, council members. We have some housekeeping items to address. Agenda item number 3, REZ 2485. The applicant has requested a continuance to the May 8th, 2025 hearing at 5:01 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendon and a second from Councilmember Hurtak and Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Michelini, is this your continuance, sir?
Yes, Council, I represent this petitioner, and we discovered that there were serious deficiencies in the site plan, and we discussed that with the staff, and that's why we're requesting a continuance so that we can work with the staff and correct the site plan.
And as council knows that a first request for a continuance shall automatically be granted by city council if the following criteria are satisfied. The request is made in writing to the chair and city council with copies to the city clerk and appropriate city staff and attorneys. The written request is received no later than 7 calendar days prior to the scheduled hearing to permit the city clerk to note the request on the draft agenda. And the continuance is for no longer than 90 days unless the applicant petitioner agrees to renotice the public hearing. And again, any requested future date and time is subject to determination of scheduling of availability from city staff. So I guess, Mr. Michelini, the question would be, is it your agreement then to renotice this hearing because it is more than 90 days out?
Yes, sir, the site plan will change dramatically, and the notice, if we had noticed currently, it would not reflect the site plan that would be under consideration. So yes, we agree to renotice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
All right,
council.
We have a motion to continue item number 3 and with a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, item
Thank you,
number 3
council.
will not be heard tonight. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 10, REZ 2478. The applicant has requested a continuance to the April 10th, 2025 hearing at 5:01 p.m. There is a request to waive the 180 days as well.
I move to continue item number 10 to April 10th, 2025, and waive the timely requirement.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendon. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Carlson. Mr. Scheller?
And just a date, time, and place, did we do that last time?
So is it April 10th, 5:01 PM, 2025?
Yes, sir.
315 East Kennedy Boulevard, third floor, Tampa, Florida. All right, we have a motion and a second to continue. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Yes, ma'am.
Agenda item number 11, REZ 24103. The applicant has requested a continuance to May 8th, 2025 hearing at 5:01 PM. There is a request to waive the 180 days, and the applicant will provide public notice again.
A motion to continue item number 11 to May 8th, 5:01 East Kennedy Boulevard. Oh, wait, you do that. 315 East, at 5:01 PM, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, third floor, and waive the time requirement. the
And
180-day
read
requirement.
notice, please.
And
With
read
clear
notice.
notice.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All, okay. So that is that. Any other cleanup, or we're good?
No, sir, that's it. I'll turn it over to Sam for agenda item number 1.
Thank you very much.
These are all quasi-judicial.
Yes, these are all quasi-judicial hearings tonight. If anybody here is going to be speaking on any item tonight, please stand, raise your right hand, and we will swear you in. Councilman Vera, oh, no, never mind. You're on here, okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide is truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 1 is REZ 2461, a request to rezone 3704 and 3706 East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard from residential single-family 50 and commercial intensive to planned development for congregate living facility, large group care facility. We'll turn it over to Danny now.
Good evening, council. This is Danny Collins with your planning commission staff. I was sworn in. Our first case is in the Central Tampa Planning District. It's within the East Tampa Urban Village. It's within the evacuation zone E. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site. It's generally located at the northeast corner of North 37th Street and MLK Boulevard. There is a restaurant directly to the south of the site. Further south is a church. We have some light industrial uses just to the southeast of the site. West of the site along MLK, we have some residential homes. The subject site is recognized under the Community Commercial 35 designation, so that is a category that encourages mixed-use development, typically up to 35 dwellings per acre or up to a 2.0 FAR. Directly to the north, we have parcels recognized under the Residential 10 designation. That CC 35 is predominantly found along MLK, where it transitions to light industrial as you move east along MLK. The applicant is proposing a congregate living facility, which can be considered under the CC 35 designation. Housing policy 1.7.2 allows the applicant to utilize the floor area ratio for such facilities. The applicant has entered into a bonus provision agreement to allow for a 1.1 FAR on the site. The proposed PD aligns with the CC 35 designations by promoting a mixture of uses within mixed-use centers and corridors. The design emphasizes pedestrian accessibility and includes buffers to reduce impacts on nearby residential areas. It is consistent with several comprehensive plan policies, including those focused on neighborhood compatibility, providing transitions and densities in proximity to medical services. While the site is approximately 4.3 miles from St. Joe's Hospital, is located near Heart Route 32 and has access to both Interstate 275 to the west and Interstate 4 to the south. Additionally, the request would expand the supply of housing that is accessible to people with disabilities, consistent with Housing Policy 1.6.7. In conclusion, the proposed development is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern, is consistent with the long-range development pattern anticipated under the CC 35 future land use designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much, sir.
Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. We'll get started with our aerial map. You can see the subject site outlined in red here on MLK Boulevard. To the west, you have the North 37th Street, and then to the east, you have North 38th Street. Along MLK Boulevard, you have CI uses, and then they quickly transition to the RS50. So you can see the site is split between the RS50 zoning and the CI zoning. To the south of the subject site, you do have a commercial structure here with a restaurant in it. Directly east or west of the subject site, you do have a lot with 2 single-family detached homes on it. And then farther along, to the west along MLK, you do have single-family detached homes. You have a vacant site directly abutting the subject site. You have a vacant commercial building here. This is some multifamily located in the RS50 here, multifamily in the RM24 here as well. And then up here, you have some multifamily located in the RM16 zoning district. Once you cross the railroad tracks here, you move into the IG industrial general uses that are located along MLK Boulevard. We'll move on to the site plan now, provided by the applicant. So the applicant is proposing a structure that contains a total of 21,200 square feet at a 1.1 FAR with 32 beds, or 32 units or 64 beds. North of the subject site is those single-family homes that were mentioned. The applicant is providing a 19-foot setback, and then there's additionally a 14-foot alley here separating those single-family homes and this congregate living facility structure. The maximum proposed building height is 50 feet or 3 stories. The first floor, as you can see, consists of largely of parking. There is a lobby, and then you have vehicular access from MLK Boulevard and then access to the solid waste. There's a bicycle rack provided here. The applicant is providing 23 parking spaces are required, and the applicant is providing 24 parking spaces. They are proposing an 8-foot sidewalk along MLK Boulevard, and then there's a pedestrian connection from the sidewalk to the entrance of the building here. Additionally, the applicant is proposing type 1 shade trees along MLK to provide shade for pedestrians. And then lastly, this is within the East Tampa overlay, and the applicant is complying with the East Tampa overlay standards. Here are the elevations provided by the applicant. So this is the south elevation. This is the north elevation. Here's your east elevation and your west elevation. I'll run through some pictures now. So this is looking south at the subject site. This is MLK here. This is taken from that unimproved alley that's to the north of the subject site. This is looking north from the unimproved alley at the single-family homes. The subject site would be behind me. Now we're moving south on North 37th Street away from the subject site. This is that parcel that I mentioned that is directly to the west of the subject site that contains 2 single-family homes. Now we're looking west on MLK Boulevard, so this is west of North 37th Street. These are those multifamily, single-family semi-detached units that I mentioned that are on MLK. Now we're at the intersection of 37th and MLK. There's that lot with the 2 single-family homes again, and the subject site is located right here. This is looking north at the subject site from MLK. We're looking east along MLK now. Here's the subject site. We've moved further east on MLK now, so this right here is the vacant lot that's directly adjacent to the subject site. You have the vacant commercial building here, and then the vacant multifamily building behind it. We're looking west on MLK now. Here's the subject site. Here is that commercial strip center to the south of the subject site on the opposite side of MLK. Now we're on the opposite side of MLK looking north at the subject site there. And then this is looking south from the subject site at the restaurant and the rest of the commercial strip center. I'll put the site plan back up.
He's on the phone. Please take phone calls outside. Thank you very much.
Development Review and Compliance staff have found the request to be consistent. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the application, modifications to the site plan as shown on the revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? All right, thank you very much. All right, do we have an applicant for this item, item number 1? Hello, sir, please state your name.
My name is Álvaro Rodriguez. I am the architect of the project. Most of the information that they already show us is the information that I supposed to discuss with you. I don't know if that makes sense to repeat all that information again, but I had several meetings with all the departments, with the transportation, with landscaping, with the FDOT, with the roads, and I only have approved for everybody. The transition on the project, I think that is really nice because we will have a transition between industrial, commercial, residential. And the setback that we have on the RS50 that is between the north side of the property is 19 feet setback plus 14 feet of the alley. And that will be a really nice buffer between the residential on the back and the assisted living facility on the front. I am confident that this project will improve that area. I will be happy to answer any question.
Any questions for the applicant? Yes, ma'am.
We've gotten some emails about this, and this is not an apartment complex, correct?
No, this is an assisted living facility.
So this is an assisted living facility, so that's why there's only 24 parking spaces required, because those folks, by and large, don't have cars.
Exactly. Usually that people doesn't move from there. It's just elderly people that live there and they have 24 hours care inside the facility.
I just wanted to make sure that we clarified that for the public.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, anybody else? Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number one? Item number one. We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading item number one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number one, file EZ 2461. An orders being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property, general vicinity of 3704, 3706 East Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, RS50 residential single family, and CI commercial intensive with PD plan development, congregate living facility, large group care facility, providing an effective date.
And the revision sheet.
And the revision sheet.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye.
So roll call? You want to roll? Oh, we have Lewis on, Councilman Vieira's online. Roll call vote?
Carlson? Yes. Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Vieira?
Is he frozen? Councilman Vieira, we can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Well, we can hear you now. What's your vote? You're a yes?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carries. Second hearing and adoption will be held on February 6, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Did you say unanimous?
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item number two, yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 2 is REZ 2479, request to rezone 223 South Howard Avenue from CG to planned development for all commercial general uses. I'll turn it over to Planning Commission.
Thank you very much.
Danny Collins again with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our next case is in the central Tampa Planning District, specifically the South Howard neighborhood. It is within Evacuation Zone C. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. So you'll see it's located at the northwest corner of West Platte Street and South Howard Avenue. The surrounding development patterns predominantly non-residential in character. There are several restaurant and bars located along this portion of South Howard Avenue. There's also some offices that are located in the vicinity of the site. Just for reference, this is the Publix on Armenia Avenue. This is the adopted future land use map. As you can see, the subject site and portions of South Howard and West Platte are recognized under the Community Mixed Use 35 designation, which encourages a mixed use development pattern, typically up to 35 dwellings per acre, or up to a 2.0 FAR. Directly to the northwest of the site, are parcels recognized under the residential 35. And then over here, this brownish color, they have parcels recognized under the residential 20 designation. The PD is a request to allow all CJ uses on the site. CJ uses can be considered within the CMU 35 designation. After reviewing the surrounding area, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed development aligns with the existing development pattern, which includes a mixture of office and light commercial uses. The proposed plan development includes a 5,818 square foot building developed at a 0.4 FAR consistent with the intensity anticipated under the CMU 35 designation. Planning Commission staff requests that if approved, the FAR be recorded on the site plan between the first and second readings. The proposal is consistent with several policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to development within mixed-use centers and corridors. The PD promotes a pedestrian-friendly environment with building entrances along South Howard Avenue and West Platte Street. Sidewalks are also included along both roadways. Furthermore, the comp plan encourages the use of alleys for access. The proposed PD will continue utilization of the alley to the west, preserving the right-of-way and contributing to the safer and more pleasant streetscape for pedestrians. In conclusion, the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding area and aligns with the long-term development pattern envisioned under the CMU 35 designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am?
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. We'll start with an aerial view of the subject site and the surrounding area. You can see the subject site outlined in red on South Howard Avenue. The subject site is currently a commercial building. It is located north of West Platte Street on the west side of South Howard Avenue. Along South Howard Avenue, there are multiple PDs for residential and commercial uses surrounding the subject parcel. There are RM24 residential multifamily uses located north of the site and extend to the west of the parcel. Commercial general zoning is prominent in this area along South Howard Avenue and West Platte Street. Considering the surrounding development pattern, the requested use of commercial general provides an appropriate infill. Here is the site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant is keeping the existing one-story commercial building on site and not proposing any changes to the building. The building will remain as it is. Entry to the site from Howard Avenue is two-way, as is entry and exit from the alley to the west. There is existing surface parking. Walkways will connect the door and parking to the existing 5-foot concrete sidewalk along South Howard Avenue. 28 parking spaces are required and 11 spaces are being provided. The maximum proposed building height is 45 feet. There is one new waiver requested as part of this application to reduce the required parking from 28 spaces to 11 spaces, and one new waiver that the building shall be set back no less than 10 feet and no more than 18 feet from the front property line at ground level. The site is in the South Howard commercial overlay and must comply with design standards at the time of permitting. Here are the site photos provided by the applicant. To the west, to the east, the south side, and the north side of the building. And here are additional photos of the site. This is looking at the site. Right here is Howard. This is looking at the site from the existing parking area. This is looking east across to Howard towards Platte. This is Platte here. This is looking west down Platte, and this is near that alley there. This is looking down Platte, and right here is the subject site. This is looking south at the parking near the alley. This is looking north down Howard Avenue, and this is at RM24. This is directly behind that, off the alley. This is looking north down the alley on the west side of the site. And finally, this is looking at the site parking on the north side. Development Coordination and Compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request to be consistent with the Land Development Code. There are 2 waivers as part of this request. If City Council approves this application, the modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Councilmember Clendenen?
So the existing building is remaining, so it's,
Yes, sir.
so it's just a change to the all commercial general uses on the PD. So why a PD? Maybe the applicant will answer that question.
Sure.
Hello, sir, please say your name.
Well, you go with your presentation, then you can answer the question in the presentation.
All right, Steve McElhaney, representing the petitioner. We've been working with the staff and also with this particular site for a little over 8 to 10 months, trying to get permits for small-scale commercial use, and we can't get them because the site simply doesn't comply. Over the course of years, the city has taken right-of-way from both Platt Street and Howard and eliminated all the parking that we did have along Howard. So, I mean, it's a very difficult area to try to deal with. So we're also limiting the request to the 1-story remaining, so that you will only have the square footage of the 5,800 square feet is all that will ever be allowed. And the types of uses that they were looking at were like a smoothie shop, a donut shop, things like that. But when you go in for permitting, you simply can't meet the code. The building is built basically at 0 lot line, except on one side, which is 3 feet. And there's no other way that you can't meet with the CG setback requirements. And I think the staff showed you the site plan. The city's also asking for us to give up some area at this corner for a signal box, which, further constrains our site. This is the existing parking lot, and it functions as a low-intensive commercial building. This is the view. These parking spaces were just removed by the city, so that continues to cause us additional issues. So, and you can look at this picture. You can see the building basically is right on the sidewalk. And we have utilized the alley for access, and we are able to use these 2 spaces. We're going to have to remove one of them when we meet the handicap code. So that's why the reduction was from down to 11, and so we've lost one of them. This is the aerial view, and you can see the building is right up on the sidewalk on Howard, and also, when I just showed you Platt Street. This is the view of the parking lot, and this driveway will be redeveloped and reconstructed to meet the current city code. This is a view looking west against the side of the building, and you can see that where the parking spaces used to be, and now we've been required to remove all of them. And then there's a signal box that's been requested by the city, which we'll donate property to for that. Basically, we are site constrained, but what's lacking on South Howard is the small commercial uses, like the personal services and also the things like I mentioned, the donut shop and things like that. So anyway, we are severely site constrained. We're not asking to expand the building or the use. We simply want to vest the CG uses which we currently have under the CG zoning, and allow the setbacks that we have to be consistent with the code. I have the building was built in 1950, and this property owner is an elderly woman who's owned the building since it was first built. And I'll enter this into the record. It says, I'm applying for the rezoning at 223 South Howard, so I'm able to lease the property. As I said, we've had extreme difficulties in leasing. We can't get past the permitting stage. And we'd like to use a coffee shop or neighborhood scale retail. The property's been in my family since 1950, and I'm not planning to sell the building or do any large reconstruction. In the event that we came back to you with a redevelopment plan, we would have to come back for another rezoning. That's why we've locked it in at the single story and the existing square footage. I'd like to rent the property to a small business for use of retail or small, such as coffee shop, flower shop, smoothie store. Unfortunately, due to the current zoning of the building and the parking, I've been prevented from leasing it. This has caused great hardship on my family as I'm getting older and health has been in decline. The stress and loss of income has put an additional toll on my health. In addition, I'm no longer able to live in my home after 40 years and the damage that was caused by the hurricanes, and I'm asking for your, respectfully requesting your approval. Again, we were not pushing the envelope on this. We simply are trying to eliminate the difficulty in leases. You see the leasing signs up there. We've had several people inquire about the lease, and they simply have not been able to do that. With respect to a self-created hardship, we did not create that hardship, and the waivers are justified because the parking exists, and we have no other alternative in order to try to plan to address additional parking. With respect to the setbacks, the building exists as it is. We're not planning any expansion of that building, and so therefore that waiver should be reasonable. The Planning Commission has found it to be consistent. The city staff has found it to be consistent except for the degree of the waivers for the parking. However, we have no other way of meeting that. We are on 2 transit corridors, both Howard and Platt, and we're looking for, with no expansion, limited to single story and the 5,800 square feet that it currently exists. We're redesigning the handicap spaces so that they'll meet current code, and we're providing additional property to the city for the traffic signal at the corner of Platt and Howard. I'll be happy to answer any questions. We'd like to have received and filed the Planning Commission's report finding it consistent, and the city's report as well. I believe that I have gone through all the criteria required for a PD and explained why we're asking for that versus a straight leaving the CG as it is.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item? This is item number 2. I see no one. There's nobody registered online. We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin. We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Vieira, would you mind reading item number 2?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 223 South Howard Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CG, commercial general to PD plan development, all commercial general uses, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second? And the revision sheet, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda, roll call vote.
Kurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson, Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Second hearing and adoption will be held on February 6, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, council.
Item number 4.
And Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, sir.
thank you. There's something with my connection where it tells me that I have to turn my camera off sometimes. So I should have it on 90% of the time, but if it's off, that's why it's off. I had to do that before, whatever, just FYI.
Yes, ma'am.
If that made any sense.
Yeah. Thank you very much. All right. Hello, sir. Please say your name.
Good morning, good evening, Chris Dimash, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 4 is REZ 2492. It's a request to rezone 4015 East 11th Avenue from RM16 residential multiple family to CI commercial intensive. I'll turn it over now to Danny Collins with Planning Commission.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District. The subject site's in Evacuation Zone E. This is the subject site here. It's outlined in the color purple. It's just to the east of North 40th Street, south of the interstate. As you can see, the surrounding development patterns predominantly commercial intensive with some light industrial uses. Or I do want to note that there are some residences to the east of the site here. Subject sites recognized under the transitional use 24 designation, so that category allows for a range of uses, anything from residential all the way up to light industrial type uses. That designation surrounds the subject site on all sides. South of 10th Avenue, this gray color represents lands recognized under the light industrial designation. The proposed CI zoning district can be considered in the TU 24 designation, which is consistent with the consistency matrix in section 27-21 of the Land Development Code. Since 2016, 3 rezoning requests within a quarter-mile radius have been approved from residential to commercial zoning, reflecting a shift towards non-residential development in the area. The proposed CI zoning is appropriate for this site, provided future development mitigates potential impacts on nearby residences through buffering scale and design. The comprehensive plan promotes a mix of uses, employment opportunities, and commercial development while ensuring compatibility with residential areas through context-sensitive design transitions. Considering the existing zoning district surrounding the site and the comprehensive plan's emphasis on compatibility, the Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed CI zoning is consistent with the development pattern in the area. The rezoning will also allow for infill development and efficient redevelopment of this vacant site in alignment with the comprehensive plan. In conclusion, the proposed CI zoning district would allow for development that is comparable and compatible with the character of the surrounding area and is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the TU 24 designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? Nope, thank you very much. Yes, sir, come on back up.
For the record, Chris DeMonch, Development Coordination. We'll start with an aerial of the subject property and the surrounding area. As you can see, the subject site is outlined in red. It's located on the south side of East 11th Avenue. It's within the general vicinity of East 12th Avenue to the East 10th Avenue to the south, North 43rd Street to the east, and North 40th Street to the west. The subject site is undeveloped. It's currently used for commercial parking. Surrounding area is characterized by a mixture of warehouse uses, commercial parking, open storage uses, and a single-family semi-detached dwelling to the south. So the warehouse uses, commercial parking to the north. There's warehouse uses to the south. There is a semi-detached dwelling immediately south of the subject property. To the east, we have open parking, and to the west of the subject property is commercial parking. The adjacent parcels are zoned CG Commercial General, CI Commercial Intensive, IG Industrial General, and RM16 Residential Multiple Family. Next, we have a survey of the subject property outlined in yellow. As mentioned, the subject property is located on the south side of East 11th Avenue. It does in fact have a total of 324 feet of street frontage. Given the surrounding uses, the requested use of CI commercial intensive zoning is appropriate in location and provides an appropriate transition with surrounding parcels. Since this is a Euclidean rezoning, there is no site plan or elevations to show, but we do have some photos. This is a photo of the subject site from East 11th Avenue. Another photo of the subject site from East 11th Avenue, this looking towards the site, the western half of the site. Looking north across East 11th Avenue. photo looking north across East 11th Avenue. This is south of the subject property on East 10th Avenue, showing that single-family detached dwelling. This is the vacant parcel adjacent to the single-family detached dwelling, south of the subject property. East of the subject property. And this is looking west of the subject property. Development coordination and compliance staff have reviewed the application and find this request to be consistent with the Land Development Code. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Applicant? Hello, sir, please say your name.
Yes, Townsend Belt on behalf of the applicant, the Guayardo Belt LLC. And so there's been a request to change the zoning from RM16 to commercial intensive, and there's really been no interest in the property as far as it sits right now at RM16. It's one of a few specks of residential among, as remote islands in a sea of commercial all around it. And so there's really no interest in developing it as residential. And so the request is made to change the zoning or rezone it to commercial intensive so that it can hopefully be developed for a potential tenant down the road, consistent with the use of the other properties around it.
All right, any questions? No? Anybody in the public wish to speak on item number 4? Wait, someone's coming up. Come on up, sir, please state your name.
My name is James Curtis. I live at 4102 East 10th Avenue. And right now, that property, when they compacted and added aggregate to it over the summer, drains into my backyard and then goes out the front onto East 10th Avenue. And I'm concerned that if they build something, that will continue. That's my concern. Also, they're asking for a alcoholic beverage license.
No, that's not on this here. This is only for the rezoning.
Okay.
That would be completely separate.
Okay, my paper says that, that's all. And so that's my concern. I would like for it not to happen.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there somebody virtual? Did they get sworn in? What's the name that's virtual?
He's here.
He's right here.
Yeah.
Is that junior or senior?
Junior is virtual, senior is in,
Okay. All right. Mr.
Junior would
Guayardo,
otherwise be here, but he's in Montreal.
Who?
Sal Guayardo Jr. is on virtually, but he's
Okay.
in Montreal, he couldn't be here tonight.
Okay, Mr. Guayardo, if you're on, please turn on your camera and then raise your right hand and we'll swear you in.
And I don't know that he was intending to
No?
speak tonight.
Okay. Is there anybody else that's here in the public that wishes to speak? If not, Councilmember Clendenin?
Can I ask staff, to reference the public comment about what was before us tonight to come up and kind of explain how this doesn't, what this means to the resident? Thank you. Yes, stormwater. That we're not addressing that tonight, just the rezoning to kind of explain.
Correct.
What the issue is. Could you explain that so that the resident understands what we're dealing with tonight?
Sure. The action tonight, it's the first hearing for the rezoning, so we're just simply looking to change, the applicant's looking to change how the site is used and what types of uses are permitted on that site.
So he understands that this isn't approving a development plan for the site. It is not going to impact. So we don't know what that impact will be at this particular hearing. We're just talking about the use of the property.
Correct. There's a range of uses that are permitted under the CI zoning.
Okay.
So at this time, there's no development or site plan being proposed for consideration.
Mr. Thomas, you have another?
Same Thomas, Development Coordination, if I can provide some extra clarification that I think you were getting at. The applicant was concerned about stormwater runoff. At this time, we're simply only changing the use of what uses can be considered on that. When this applicant does go to permitting, if this rezoning is approved, at that time, stormwater will be taken into account and they will have to meet stormwater technical standards in the code at that time to ensure that all stormwater that is collected on site will remain on site.
Okay, thank you very much. Just wanted to make sure that,
Chairman,
yeah,
that's exactly what I was gonna bring up, but this is a rezoning, then in permitting time, when they go back to the city to get their permit to build, is when this, about stormwater and water retention, they must retain the water on their property.
Okay.
Now, I'm not trying to say that something won't happen in the future, or more rain than ever. We've had 6 from the Gulf, I've never seen 6, maybe 2, but we've got to take care of the environment first.
Right.
Thank you very much for appearing.
Thanks.
All right, anybody else? If not, I'll ask for a motion to close.
Second.
Motion to close from Councilmember Condon, second from Councilmember Miranda, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, Chair. I move file number REZ 2492, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4015 East 11th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to CI commercial intensive uses, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Miranda, roll call vote.
Clendenin,
yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Second hearing and adoption will be held on February 6, 2025, at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. Item number 5.
Good evening, Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 5 is REZ 2495, request to rezone 2508 North 58th Street from RM16 to IG for industrial general uses. I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission.
Danny Collins, again with your Planning Commission staff, I was sworn in. Our next case is also in the Central Tampa Planning District. It's within Evacuation Zone E. This is the subject site in the surrounding area, so it's just to the north of Broadway Avenue and to the west of North 58th Street. As you can see, the surrounding development patterns predominantly commercial intensive with some industrial uses. To the north, we do have some residences. The proposed This is the adopted future land use map. The subject site, including the parcels surrounding it, are recognized under the TU-24 designation, similar to the last case we just heard. They do allow for a range of uses, such as the IG zoning district. The proposed zoning can be the proposed IG zoning can be considered within the transitional use 24 designation, is consistent with the consistency matrix in section 27 of the Land Development Code. The TU-24 designation allows for a wide range of uses, which have the potential to create a development pattern that does not adequately mitigate the intense uses allowed under the designation. The comprehensive plan supports opportunities for industrial development to serve as employment generators for the city. Additionally, the plan emphasizes the importance of buffering commercial uses from residential development. If approved, any future development of the site must comply with the Land Development Code, addressing buffering, screening, and mitigation of traffic impacts on adjacent residential uses. The comprehensive plan promotes a mixture of uses, employment opportunities, and commercial development while ensuring compatibility with residential areas through context-sensitive design and transitions. While the plan discourages industrial zoned areas near residential development, the proposed IG zoning is consistent with the existing development pattern in the area, which includes parcels zoned for IG and commercial intensive to the south. This rezoning supports the plan's intent to ensure that development is context sensitive and compatible with the established character of this portion of the city. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? I see none. Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. We'll start with an aerial view of the subject site. You can see the subject site outlined in red along North 58th Street. The site is located south of East Columbus, west of North 58th Street, east of North 57th Street, and north of East Broadway Avenue. The surrounding area's development pattern is characterized by a mixture of multifamily, industrial, and commercial uses. This is a view of the survey of the subject site. You can see the property line and the existing one-story residence that is on site. While the subject site is flanked by multifamily attached units to the north and west, the requested use of industrial general is appropriate in location that provides an appropriate infill and transition from the multifamily development pattern located on North 58th Street to the industrial and commercial uses along Broadway and East Columbus that surround the area. Since this is a Euclidean rezoning, there is no site plan or elevations. I'll show some pictures of the subject site. This is looking at the site from 58th. This is that adjacent multifamily north of the subject site. This is looking north along 58th. This is looking south towards Broadway right there. This is looking south again at the adjacent property. This is looking east of the site across 58th. And we'll move further down 58th, also east of the site. And then this is closer to Broadway here. And this is directly behind the site and along 57th Street. Development coordination and compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request to be consistent with Land Development Code. I'm available for any questions.
All right, any questions? No? Yes, ma'am, thank you very much. All right, do we have an applicant? Yes, sir, come on up.
Good evening.
Please
John
say your name.
Zonate, representing
Yes, sir.
the applicant. As she stated, it's RM16, transferring to a industrial general for use for open storage, for parking for large trucks. He also owns, just to let you know, he also owns the rear property, which he also does the same. I don't think there's anything else going to that, right? Okay, that's it, simple.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, any questions? No? Is
Any
there anybody in
questions?
the public that wishes to speak on item number 5?
Motion to close.
We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin with a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Clendenin.
Yeah, I move, file number REZ 2495, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2508 North 58th Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classifications RM16 residential multifamily to IG industrial general uses, providing an effective date.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote, please.
Henderson,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson. Hurtak,
Yes.
Clement,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Second hearing and adoption will be held on February 6, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. All right, item number 6. And after item number 6, we're going to take a 10 to 15-minute recess because we have a lot of people downstairs that are going to come up. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 6 is REZ 2498, request to rezone 1709 East Henry Avenue from Seminole Heights Residential to Seminole Heights Plan Development for residential single-family detached use. I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much.
Danny Collins, with your Planning Commission staff, I was sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District. Specifically, it's in the Seminole Heights Urban Village. The site is within Evacuation Zone E. This is our subject site here outlined in purple. It's at the southwest corner of North 18th Street and East Henry Avenue. As you can see, the surrounding development pattern is predominantly residential. Subject site, including the surrounding parcels, are all recognized under the residential 10 designation, which allows development up to 10 dwelling units per acre. And the request is for 2 single-family detached homes The Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application, found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The rezoning will allow for enhanced utilization of the land consistent with the density anticipated under the R10 future land use designation. The PD proposes a density of 9.52 units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the R10. The comprehensive plan recognizes the importance of single-family neighborhoods, seeking to promote compatible redevelopment of neighborhoods to ensure economic health, in that an adequate amount of land is planned for the city's growing population. Given the single-family character of the surrounding area, Planning Commission staff concludes that the request will maintain the neighborhood's character and align well with the residential character along East Henry Avenue. If the rezoning is approved, the subject site has the potential to provide additional infill housing on an underutilized parcel within the Seminole Heights urban village, which is consistent with the plan. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'll turn it back over to the city.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. We'll start with an aerial view of the subject site outlined in red. You can see the subject site outlined in red on East Henry, right here. And 18th is marked right here, but it does run right along there beside it. The subject site is currently a vacant lot. It is located south of East Henry Avenue, west of North 18th Street, north of East Powhatan Avenue, and east of North 17th Street. The surrounding area is zoned Seminole Heights residential and is prominent in this area. Further south of the site, closer to East Hillsborough Avenue, is Seminole Heights commercial intensive. Considering the surrounding development pattern, the requested use of residential single-family detached provides an appropriate infill. Here's the site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant is proposing 2 residential single-family detached units. Access to the site is on East Henry Avenue for Unit 1, right here, and North 18th for Unit 2 through the garage and enclosed parking. The property is currently vacant as the previous structure was demolished. The front doors of both units were oriented to East Henry Avenue, and both units have walkways that connect to the existing 5-foot concrete sidewalk along East Henry Avenue. The applicant has provided building forms on the plan. The maximum allowable 2 units are being built by right under the future land use designation of R10. The proposed site plan identifies 2 single-family detached units, which is consistent with the future land use category. 4 parking spaces are required and 4 parking spaces are being provided. Unit 1 has 2 spaces, and Unit 2 has a space in the garage and then a space here. There are no new waivers requested as part of this application. The maximum proposed building height is 35 feet. Here are the elevations provided by the applicant. This is the south elevation for unit number 1 and the south elevation for unit number 2. This is the north elevation for unit number 2 and the north elevation for unit number 1. This is the west elevation for unit number 1, and this is the west elevation for unit number 2. Here is the east elevation for unit number 1 and the east elevation for unit number 2. Next, I'll show you some pictures of the photos of the site. This is looking at the site from the corner of Henry and 18th. This is looking at the site from North 18th, and that's looking over across Henry this way. Here's another view of the site. This is looking north of the site across Henry. This is looking north across Henry as well. This is looking north down 18th across Henry. This is looking south from the south site down 18th. This is looking at the adjacent home south of the site on 18th. This is looking west down Henry. And this is looking at the adjacent home across 18th. Development Coordination and Compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request to be consistent with the Land Development Code. There are no waivers with this request. If City Council approves the application, the modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. All right, we have an applicant on item number 6. Yes, sir, come on up. Please state your name.
Good evening, council. My name is Alex Rios with Rios Architecture. To be brief, this case is essentially a lot split that will divide this 100-foot wide lot into two 50-foot wide lots for two single-family detached homes. As shown on the map, many parcels in the surrounding area have the characteristic of 50-foot wide lot footprint. The proposed site plan abides by the Seminole Heights Bill-to line setback requirements and uses prescriptive allowances within the code to reduce rear and side setbacks to protect an off-site grand tree. The design of each residence is compliant with the Seminole Heights building form. And we are requesting no waivers and are pleased with staff's unanimously consistent finding. We now seek your approval. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 6?
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin and a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Hurtak, would you like to take 6?
Yes, and again, I always like to say when a developer does what they're supposed to do and follows the rules and stays within the guidelines, we always greatly appreciate that. Yeah, and you are a great example of that, and I always like to laud that, so just want to say thank you again. File number REZ 24-98, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1709 East Henry Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification SHRS Seminole Heights Residential Single Family to SHPD Seminole Heights Planned Development Residential Single Family Detached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. Let's get a roll call vote.
Viera,
Councilman Vieira, are you on?
I think we got the votes.
All right, let's keep going. Yeah.
Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with Viera being absent at vote. Second hearing and adoption will be held on February 6, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. We're going to be in recess for, just to make it easy, 6:25. I was asked for 15 minutes because there's a lot of people downstairs, so we'll be back at 6:25. Thank you. Recess.
This is the one.
have roll call as the cameras come back on.
Okay. Carlson? Hurtek?
Here.
Clendenin?
Here.
Henderson?
Present.
Vieira?
Here.
Miranda?
Here.
Maniscalco?
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
All right, before we begin, a lot of new people have joined us. So if you're going to be speaking on item number 7, 8, or 9, I believe this room is only item 7 for now because of the amount of people. Please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in. If you're going to be speaking. Thank you very much. Yes, sir, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, good evening. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Council, I just want to briefly discuss the ex parte communications. You've received a lot of written communication relative to this case. I'd like to have those items that have been available for public inspection received and filed into the record at this time, please.
We have motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye.
Secondly, if there have been any verbal ex parte communications with anybody regarding the matter before you tonight, please do disclose that now with whom that discussion took place in the sum and substance. I see no response. Okay, and finally, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to reaffirm with you the fact that the City Council must base their decision on what the courts call competent and substantial evidence. And a person's opinion is not competent substantial evidence unless they are an expert. So if you offer your opinion, they cannot, counsel, and you are not an expert, the council cannot rely on that as the basis for your decision, as the basis for their decision. So what in fact I'm suggesting, council, is they can rely on the facts that you can provide to them. And City Council knows that if they wish to inquire of anybody who does give testimony, Council can do so. Also, I would also point out that petitions that just state either for or against the courts find are not competent substantial evidence. And finally, I would suggest that if you do come up here, you do not have to be repetitive and say the same thing necessarily that's been said. You do not have to use your full time. It'll allow things to move more quickly and allow the next person to get up there and offer their testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
Same time as Development Coordination. Agenda item number 7 is REZ 2499, a request to rezone 6111 North Rome Avenue from residential single-family 50 to planned development for residential single-family attached and detached. I'll turn it over to Danny with the Planning Commission.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our next case is in the University Planning District. It's within the Riverbend neighborhood. The subject site is in Evacuation Zone A, and portions of the site are within the coastal hazard area. This is the site here. It's outlined in purple. It's at the southeast corner of West Hannah Avenue and North Rome Avenue. It's approximately a half-mile north of West Hillsborough Avenue. There is a multifamily development directly to the south of the site. There are some single-family uses to the north and west of the site. Zooming out, there are single-family detached homes in the immediate area. This is the Hillsborough River here. Here is the adopted future land use map.
Wait,
as you can see, the subject site's outlined in purple. It's
Sir, just a moment. Can CTTV move the closed captioning? Where do you want it? A little bit lower?
It normally isn't on
I'm
our
sorry.
screens.
On our
It's
screens,
really, we
yeah.
can't see anything.
I don't know if it's mirroring what's on the big screen, but if you could remove the closed captioning on our monitors. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
So this is the adopted future land use map. As you can see, the subject site's outlined in purple. The subject site is recognized under the residential 10 category. Residential 10's depicted by this orange tannish color on the map. As you can see, the R10 is primarily found along the river. It's also found a couple lots south as you move towards Hillsborough Avenue. Directly to the north, we have a parcel recognized under the residential 20 designation, as well as along the west side of North Rome Avenue. Parcels are recognized under the residential 20. This here is a parcel recognized under the community commercial 35 designation. And then this dark brown color here, directly to the south of the site, where that apartment complex is recognized under the residential 50 designation, which is more medium to high residential land use category that allows development up to 50 dwelling units per acre. The comprehensive plan allows the consideration of limited attached single-family residential uses within the residential 10 future land use designation if the subject site is located at the periphery of a neighborhood. Due to the site being adjacent to a multifamily development to the south, that's where the R50 is. Its location along a collector roadway, which is North Rome Avenue, and its proximity to a higher future land use designations to the north, south, and west of the site. The Planning Commission staff has determined that the site is appropriate for single-family attached uses. The PD proposes 9.65 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 10 designation, and therefore is consistent with land use policy 8.15.1. Due to the location of the subject site along the Hillsborough River, environmental policy 3.1.1 seeks to ensure that development is consistent with the river corridor overlay study. The applicant has provided a written response uploaded into Acela on November 7th, 2024 regarding environmental policy 3.1.1. In summary, the Planning Commission staff has found that the proposed PD has met the intent of environmental 3.1.1. Additionally, the plan seeks to protect wetlands from incompatible development. While Building 6 on your site plan appears to conflict with the delineated wetland, the Hillsborough County Environmental Protection Commission, EPC, has approved authorization for a proposed wetland impacts and mitigation program. The proposed PD has been designed consistent with the wetland impact approval from the Hillsborough County EPC and has met the intent of the comprehensive plan policies, which directs any proposed development with wetlands to coordinate with EPC regarding impacts on mitigation and design. The comprehensive plan has policies that speak to the design of single-family attached uses. Particularly, the door should orient to a neighborhood sidewalk or street. Planning Commission staff has found that the request is consistent with land use policy 9.2.6. There are townhomes that are oriented towards the adjacent public rights-of-way and pedestrian connections that connect to those rights-of-way from the internal units. Finally, the request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. The request will provide additional housing choices in the Riverbend neighborhood. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? I see none. Thank you very much. Yes, sir, come on up.
Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. Before we get started, I do have a revised revision sheet to provide you all with. The applicant has been provided with the revised revision sheet, and I do have an extra copy available for anyone in the public. And just for the benefit of Councilmember Vera, I will place that on the overhead so that he can see it. The strike through is the change that was made to the revised revision sheet with the additional revision made there. And Councilman Vieira, just let me know when, and I will remove that from the overhead projector.
No, that's it. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll start out with an aerial view of the subject site. You can see the site outlined in red here along North Rome Avenue and West Hannah Avenue. You have the Hillsborough River to the east of the subject site. South of the subject site, you do have some multifamily development. You have multifamily located in the RM35 zoning district here, and then additional multifamily located here in the RM16. Within this RM35 zoning district, The maximum building height does allow for up to 120 feet. Then when you're southwest of the subject site here, you have a planned development that is approved for office uses. North of the subject site, you do have modular homes and recreational vehicles. Additionally, north of the site, you have some single-family detached homes that are recognized under the RS50, Residential Single Family 50 District. South of the subject site, there are also homes recognized under the Residential Single Family District. As you move farther south along Rome Avenue, you do have some commercial uses. There's a church located here, and then a church located here as well. And then overall, when you're looking at the surrounding area of the site, you majorly have single-family detached homes recognized under the Residential Single Family 50 zoning district. So we will move on to the site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant is proposing 42 single-family attached homes within 10 buildings. You can see those here. And then 3 single-family detached homes along the Hillsborough River. Buildings 1 and 2 are oriented towards Rome Avenue with pedestrian connections provided to the sidewalk proposed along Rome Avenue, and they're proposed to be 22 feet and 8 inches or 2 stories. Buildings 3 and 4 are oriented towards West Hannah Avenue with pedestrians connections provided to the sidewalk that is proposed, and those are also proposed to be 22 feet and 8 inches or 2 stories. All the other buildings internal to the site, along with the single-family homes, are proposed to be 35 feet or 3 stories, and pedestrian connections are provided for all of those units to get to Rome Avenue. As Danny mentioned during his presentation, those pedestrian connections have been made for those internal units to be able to safely reach a sidewalk and public right away. Vehicular access to the site is provided from Rome Avenue. 102 parking spaces are required, and 102 parking spaces have been provided. Each unit contains garages. You can see the outline of the cars and some of the garages for each of the units. On these, it's a little bit harder to tell, but you can see the box that shows where the garage is going to be at. And then there is additionally residential or guest parking on the northern part of the subject site located here. The applicant is proposing to provide a dog park north of that guest parking, and is preserving 2 Grand Life Oaks within that proposed dog park. There's another proposed park here along the Hillsborough River, and the applicant is preserving 1 grand tree there. And then lastly, on the northeastern corner of the subject site is a cluster of trees and a proposed green space area. The applicant is also proposing 6-foot fences along the northern and southern property boundary, and then a 4-foot fence along Rome Avenue. Lastly, there are wetlands on the subject site, that was mentioned by Danny in his presentation. I wanted to go over those real quick. So the applicant, as Danny mentioned, did receive approval from the Environmental Protection Commission of Hillsborough County to impact 0.2 acres of wetlands on site. Those impacted wetlands are shown here in yellow. And then there are wetlands that will not be impacted on site. Those wetlands are shown south of this green line, so along the Hillsborough River here, along there south of that green line is the wetlands that will not be impacted. These green lines right here that you see, that is a 25-foot wetland buffer that the applicant is providing between those wetlands and then their development. I will now show you all some elevations of the site. So these are the elevations for buildings 1, 2, and 3. So the buildings that are going to be facing Rome Avenue and West Hannah Avenue. So you can see here that they're showing a maximum building height. Let me zoom in a little bit more. They're showing a maximum building height on these elevations of 22 feet and 8 inches, but then they are showing an additional 24 inches, 2 feet for architectural detail. That is allowed by the code. So while their maximum building height may state 35 feet in the site plan, these are shown as 22 feet. They're allowed to have that additional architectural feature, and you'll see why I'm pointing that out when I get to some of the other elevations. And here are the elevations for buildings 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So you can see here, they're showing the proposed focus for me. Maybe? Okay, there you go. So they're showing a building height of 34 feet, but then you have an additional 2 feet of architectural detail, so that would put it over the 35 feet that would be allowed by the site plan. But based on the code, you are allowed to have architectural details that do not count towards your maximum proposed building height. Lastly, these are your elevations for the single-family homes that will be along the Hillsborough River. We'll run through some pictures now. So this is on Rome Avenue, looking at this subject site at the northwest corner, looking east. This is looking directly at the subject site from Rome Avenue. Now we've moved up to the southwest corner of Rome and Hannah Avenue. We're now looking east down Hannah Avenue. We have the subject site over here, and then where there's modular homes and RVs that I mentioned earlier, they're located to the north side of Hannah. This is looking on Rome Avenue, near that intersection still. This is north of the site. This is looking north of the site on Hannah. Now we're looking south from Hannah at the subject site. Then looking back north along Hannah Avenue. Moved a little bit farther to the east on Hannah. This is another picture of the subject site looking south. This is the single-family residence that I mentioned that were just north of the subject site on Hannah Avenue. There's a better view of that single-family home. And now we're moving towards the dead end of Hannah Avenue, getting closer to the Hillsborough River. This is the subject site here, and I believe this is a City of Tampa pump station. And then now this is looking at the Hillsborough River at the dead end of Hannah, so the subject site would be over here. We're back on Rome Avenue now, looking directly at the subject site. This is the entrance that is currently provided on the subject site. Better look at that. Now we move south of the subject site to where that RM35 zoning is with the existing multifamily on the site. So we're looking east towards the Hillsborough River. Here's a better view of the multifamily that currently exists on that site. We're moving further east, and now we're looking at those single-family homes that are located south of the subject site along the river. And this is looking west of the subject site at the single-family homes. That apartment building that I mentioned earlier in the RM16, you can see there in the distance. Here is the PD. This is the site that the PD that was just southwest of the subject site that was approved for an office building. We're looking west across from the subject site at some more of the single-family homes that exist. That'll be what these next few pictures are, more of the single-family homes. I believe this is the last one of the single-family homes that exist west of the subject site. So let me find my site plan to put back up. Sorry, a lot of papers. Here's the site plan again. Okay, hopefully it'll focus for you all. There we go. And with that, development compliance and coordination staff reviewed the application and find the request to be consistent. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the application and the waivers associated with it, modifications as shown on the submitted revised revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much, sir. All right, applicant? Please state your name, sir.
And I have a presentation, if I could have that called up, please.
Sure. It's coming up in just a second. What's your name?
For the record, Kevin Reale, 401 East Jackson Street with Stearns Weaver Miller.
They're getting it. They're just looking it up. Can we get the presentation up?
Now Lisa's on it. It's gonna happen.
Of course. She's worried. The earrings. She's got 'em on. I thought they already sent it. Oh, they're all good. I just gotta take Whitney to school by 7 o'clock.
No worries.
Are they gonna load it? They're gonna load it through a thumb drive? Okay. All right, it'll come up now, for real this time.
Thank you, Lisa.
There we go. Thanks so much. And they have the speaker waiver form. Okay. All right, go ahead, sir.
All right, good evening, council. So normally this slide is a placeholder, but it's actually a little bit of the story for the presentation tonight because of all the consultants that we have involved in this one. We've started this.
Put the timer on. There we go. Okay.
We started this application back in 2022 and have been working with staff since that time to make sure that we answer all of the questions that have come up with this development. And we've been patient in coming to you all until we could get that staff support. Oh, I'm unable to change the page. If we can go to the next slide. The next slide just orients us on okay, there we go. So this just orients us where we are on the property. Staff already did that, so I'll go over the slide, but it's a 5-acre site along Rome Avenue. The future land use, as Planning Commission staff talked about, this is a unique future land use pattern where you have an R10 area, but there's some R50 and R20 in the immediate area, and we've designed our site to match that development pattern, and I'll go into that in more detail. A brief mention of some land use history here. About 20 years ago, this was actually all R20, and there was a publicly initiated, city-initiated application to change it to R10. The reason that I bring this up is because R10 was chosen with a specific goal of not having more apartments developed, but still having the opportunity for townhomes, and that's noted in the staff report in the backup for that time. And that's important because our project proposes something similar to what was considered 20 years ago. The site considers 42 townhomes and 3 single-family detached units with those detached units along the river. It meets all the design criteria of the code: parking, transportation, open space, landscaping. And it does request 2 tree waivers, which we will discuss later. So the site plan, the technical site plan is hard to read because we have to show what's going on inside the buildings with the garages and like. So this site plan, the landscape plan, makes it easier to see the green space. You have the 3 single-family detached units along the river with townhomes central to the site and along Rome and Hannah. And as staff mentioned, your 2-story on Rome and Hannah, and then central to the site and adjacent to the multifamily is where it's 3-story. Each lot has its own green space. There's additional green space to preserve the riverfront. Along the river, that's where the most green space is on site. And the site has been redesigned to protect that river by stilting the single-family houses and moving the retention walls away from the river. And at this point, I'd like Cynthia Spidell to come up. She's an AICP planner, who's going to talk about the compatibility briefly.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Spidell with Stearns Weaver Miller at 401 East Jackson Street in Tampa, and I have been sworn. As Kevin said, I'm an AICP certified planner, which is about 20 years experience in both public and private sectors. So firstly, staff provided a very comprehensive staff report, which really goes into great detail and covers how the project is both consistent with the applicable provisions in the comprehensive plan and the land development code regulations. And that makes my job easy. However, I'd like to just home in on a few critical components. So this compatibility slide demonstrates how the site is surrounded by various future land use classifications. And this results in primarily single-family detached along the river, which is consistent with the consolidated Hillsborough River master plan. But yet you have some higher densities as you go west. So those future land use classifications are around the site. So, and which one do I press? This one. So this compatibility slide just kind of zooms in a little more, and it provides an overview of how the PD site plan takes the surrounding built environment and the natural environment into consideration and provides a proposed development that balances these various approved densities. Then this slide zooms in even more, but it shows how the variant land use classifications mean on the ground. We are surrounded by diverse housing, mobile homes to the north, apartments/multifamily to the south, and single-family detached along the river. So staff found the proposed PD consistent with the comp plan. You have a very detailed staff report. However, just to summarize the key considerations, the proposed PD site plan fulfills and meets the intent of all these applicable comp plan policies. It encourages new housing and infill development. It's consistent with the Hillsborough River Master Plan, and the PD balances all of these policies through its context sensitivity. And what does that context sensitivity mean? That means townhouses towards the road, single-family detached towards the river. Therefore, it is my planning opinion that the PD site plan as proposed is consistent with all the applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations, and that the proposed development as conditioned through the PD site plan process is compatible with the surrounding area. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Moving on to transportation. So while we've been at this for 2 years, we have not been having to go back and forth with transportation during that time. We were able to work out the details of the site plan itself with transportation early on. And then as far as the transportation study, we have not had to edit that in the time of this process. It's because this is a minimal impact. There's 18 morning peak hour trips, about 25 afternoon peak hour trips. The project would consume less than 3% of the capacity of Rome, and the study shows that intersections and the capacity of the roadway operate at acceptable levels of service. But I wanted to visualize that for you all here. So we had our consultant confirm the capacity numbers for Rome. And what this bar graph shows in the bottom is the background traffic that exists on Rome or will exist when the project will be completed. The red there is the project traffic, and you see that's that less than 3% change there. But most importantly is the green. That's the available capacity on Rome. And so the reason we haven't had a lot of transportation issues with staff is because it's just there's plenty of capacity there, and the project does not generate that much traffic. As far as natural resources are concerned,
Yes, sir.
Where we have been working with staff for the last 2 years are with natural resources. So the site plan has been designed with a lot of green space. As I mentioned earlier, each lot has its own green space, and then the site has green space. So we're actually exceeding the green space requirements by over 100%. The 234% number is the exact number. There's no tree mitigation waiver. There's been dozens of revisions to the site plan and the landscape plan, and all of the code required tree plantings are required. So we were able to work with staff and get a consistency recommendation from staff. But we do have 2 waivers. The first of those waivers is to remove 1 non-hazardous grand tree. So I want to explain what's showing on this site, because there are 7 trees shown here, and then only 4 are numbered, and I want to be clear on what each shows. So 5 of the 6 non-hazardous grand trees are being preserved. That's everything in green, with the exception of number 4. Number 4 is a live oak that was damaged during Milton, but it's hazardous, but it is not dangerous. And so we had always intended to keep that tree, and so we are able to keep it. The 1 through 4 are the 4 grand trees that we redesigned to keep. And then in the middle there, that one tree there, that's the grand tree that we're requesting waiver to remove. And the reason for that is because we don't have a reasonable engineering solution to save that tree. So the site requires grading and fill to control the stormwater. And that grading and fill would isolate that tree, and you'd have to have a tree wall with walls on 4 sides. And in working with staff and our landscape architect and our arborist, there's nothing that would save that tree with that design. And it's important to note that one of the things we've been talking about with this application before coming before you, that doesn't change significantly if you change this to a single-family development. You still need a road, you still have to control the stormwater, you still have to grade and fill the site. And so that tree, there's not a reasonable engineering solution to be able to develop the site with that tree. So that's why we requested that. Now, the second waiver is retention, and for a lot of the same reasons, we're requesting a waiver here, and that's because of the grading and the fill central to the site. The savings are really noticeable on the edges because we're able to control the grading there to not affect the trees. So of course the green space along the river has a lot of the existing trees. You can see on this picture all the trees in the south that are being saved. And then the 2 pockets on the north are the areas where there's the most preservation trees. And so we started at a 12% retention. We more than doubled that. And we are able to increase that to 25%, and that's what we've requested. Now, what's important to note here is that if you look at the aerial, there are even more trees that aren't shown here. And that's because the site has been left unkept for many years. Some of those trees are very good preservation trees. Some of those trees are not healthy, and many of them are invasive species. And so it's really hard to look at the aerial to get an idea of what this is. And so that's why we've used this picture here. Next, we'll talk about community engagement for a moment. As I stated, we started in 2022. When we got to our first DRC meeting, we had a community meeting in June of 23. After that, we met with the Riverbend Civic Association. We had written correspondence with them. We met with the Civic Association board. And then, as staff mentioned, we have an EPC approval to impact the lower quality wetland that's internal to the site. And when that appeal happened, it's basically litigation. It went before a hearing officer. It went before the BOCC acting as the EPC. The appeal was not accepted, and so the initial approval was accepted without any changes. But unfortunately, that appeal necessarily broke off a lot of the communication we had with the neighbors. So now, as I wrap this up here, I want to talk a little bit more about that journey that's now in its 4th calendar year. We took that time because we wanted to address every single concern that staff had. We hired more experts than I've ever used on a zoning application. We went to DRC 3 times. We did site visits with staff. Those extra consultants did studies that covered fill, flooding, and floodplain. We identified where we can fill, where it's appropriate, to what amount. We did tree pruning reports on those grand oaks or grand trees already. So we know that if we build where we say we're going to build, we can prune those trees and it will be acceptable. And we did the wetland impact and wetland mitigation approvals before zoning. So all of that extra effort was to work with staff to come before you with an application that they could support. But those are all permitting issues that took us a significant amount of time and effort to achieve. So as I wrap up here, we're happy that we were able to work with staff so closely. We appreciate the effort because there really was significant effort from staff here. And I'll note that they found us consistent, as with the Planning Commission. We do have their resumes to place into the record, if I may.
Sure.
And we respectfully request your approval. And I do have a bit of time left, and given the number of comments we're expecting from the audience, if I could reserve my time for rebuttal, I would appreciate that.
How much time do you have left?
It's 3.5 minutes, 3:22 right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and that concludes your presentation. We will go to public comment. I have an order of speakers list here. Some speakers, not all, have speaker waiver forms, so when you come up, please, Mr. Shelby will help you with that, but Hank Kramer is the first speaker, and if you have a speaker waiver form, please hand it to the attorney here. He will call out the names on that form. Please acknowledge your presence by saying yes or raising your hand. Keep them together.
Turn to the microphone, please. Okay, well, I need you to talk into the record so that we also have a court reporter here as well.
This is the petition and their team.
Yes, thank you.
This is for each council member. You take one of these.
How does this, how do I get this Elmo?
It's already on, just put it down and then we'll help you zoom in and out if you need to.
Yeah, I'm doing the speaker waiver form now. Okay, if you're present, please acknowledge by saying so. Larry Shaw. Thank you. Tom Hooton.
It's in my box.
Tom Hooton. Okay, thank you. Richard Lowenthal. Thank you. Kevin Hearn. Kevin Hearn. Last call for Kevin Hearn? Oh, he'll be right up. Okay, we'll hold Kevin Hearn. Pam, F-R-E, and I can't read the rest. Thank you, French. Sherry Dunn? Here. Thank you. Yes. Kevin? Thank you, Mr. Hearn. First name I can't read is Fannin is the last name? Thank you. Oh, 7 names. I see an 8th one on here, but everybody else has been taken, so it's a total of 7 minutes. Mr. Compton is here, but your name is the 8th name, and 10 minutes is the maximum, so if you want to waive your time for somebody else, that's possible, but a total of 10 minutes.
All right, please state your name, Mr. Kramer, and we will start the clock.
Thank you. My name's Henry Kramer. Folks call me Hank. I live at 5933 North Rome Avenue, which is just south of the project, down south of the apartments that were referenced. I'm also the president of Riverbend Neighborhood Civic Association. I'm a licensed professional insurance agent. I specialize in providing commercial lines of coverage. I've worked in the commercial lines of business for 40 years, and I have spent the first 15 years at the Aetna Life and Casualty in underwriting. Safety is my big concern. Risk management is what I do for my clients. We identify risk, we help control risk, and we mitigate risk. The largest segment of my book of business is condominium associations and homeowners associations. Worked with many developers in the past, including Lennar, Atlantic Gulf, Standard Pacific, Rutland Homes, and Westfield, among others. I've worked with them from land acquisition through construction to turnover. So my approach to looking at this project is from an underwriter's perspective. The filling and destruction of the Wetland 1 on the property that froze from west to east is very problematic and will be problematic for most of the residents and even the residents that might come onto the property, that might live on that property. The wetland was originally described by the applicant as a blowout ditch or as a stormwater City of Tampa venue that was not maintained. It turned out not to be the case. Dr. Bob from this stormwater management determined that there was no stormwater flow there since the 60s. It was all moved to Hannah Avenue. So what you have left is a wetland. But no one knows the source of the wetland. Is it a spring? Is it an artesian artesian well, or what? So having looked at the site plan from Dr. Bob, we decided to look further back into the community, up into the watershed. And these photos that I'm going to show you show the relevant creek activities, pond activities in the wetlands. You'll see that we have a wetland right here that's on the other side of Armenia Avenue. Of course, the subject property is down right where you think it is, right? What's happening is there's lakes all around here, and this shows it a little better. This sheet will now give you a better idea of that wetland as you see it. the ponds and the lakes, all in this area, all back to Egypt Lake, which you know is up at Sly, all drain in this wetland area. They all come down to the river. Everything flows from the west to the east, down to the river. This is that big wetland, and here you're going to find Capon's Creek that comes exactly right onto the property at 6111. Now, that's exactly what the wetland source is. The crosses Rome, the pond crosses Rome. Of course, this has all been built upon, but the creek remains. There's flow in that creek that comes all the way down, and that's what's resulting in the wetland and the flow that is on the property. One of the problems you're going to have here is that they cite the wetland. There's problems with the delineation of the wetland. We tried to argue that at the appeal, but you could only talk about the wetland. It's very limited after something has been already authorized. So we're showing that the wetland in this arrives on the property here. They're showing it way back here. If you start digging out this property, you're going to find that you got big issues because you're not going to be able to, well, you're just going to find that you have big issues. Just because the wetland could be filled doesn't mean it should. So we highly object to the wetland being filled. We object to the fill being brought onto the property. The city of Tampa has its own obligation on any wetland that is hydrologically connected to the river to save it and protect it from damage. It's also worth noting that water always wins. That water is going to get in here, and it's going to go somewhere. It goes where it wants to go. And we know that's to be the case, that it's going to be a problem in the area, because coming back to this shot, I want to just show you, again, you see that orange smudge that's on there just outside the just outside the circled area? That's the Tampa Police Athletic League. That was built in 2011. That was thought to be on high ground and wasn't going to be a problem for anybody. And it's a beautiful site. The kids love it there. But within 24 months of construction, the seep that comes down from that wetland in that area circled that building, and in August, less than 24 months after the building was built, the waters flooded down to North Street, which is the street immediately south. Here's the beautiful photos of the PAL. It's a nice facility. It's at 1924 Diana. But this is what's south of Diana now. This is North Street. This is where the buildings were destroyed from that flood, from that wet flow, and we're left with a mess. 4 buildings destroyed. The city of Tampa had to compensate for those unit owners. Now you see part of the drains that were built there, because what did they do next? Well, they built all around the building. They put a wetland in, and they put drains around the PAL Center. Nice drains in the ground, but were they effective? Well, Milton came, and depending on who you ask at the PAL, there was 2 to 4 to 8 inches of water that came into the building. That's another problem, and that's what happens when you stop a wetland or a creek. And what does it look like on North Street? This is North Street right now. This is the next block down. Rain just continues to, or storm runoff continues to hammer that. That's not even Milton. That was the August 26 storm that just inundated the area, and you can see that the other homes between 6111 and PAL suffered problems. Again, this is the 826 storm. This is not Milton. This is just happening all throughout the neighborhood because the wetland has been damaged upstream. Now, the biggest problem might be, this is 6404 Rome. This is right across the street from the subject property, and this is built right next to the creek, and you can see the drains here that aren't functioning properly. This guy, I don't know if John's here today, but rain comes into this house. This was built in 2023. It was built on fill per the city requirements. we have got to eliminate the fill going onto this property, because when that water continues onto that property, we're going to turn that into pea soup. These buildings should all be built on posts and beams. There's no reason to be bringing fill into this property. And by the way, that wetland should be saved so that it could be a feature of that property. Wetlands are being restored on the Tampa, on the Hillsborough River, at Tower Park, at Rowlett Park, and at Rome Park. And those are being, that work is being done by Nature-Based Solutions, and Nature-Based Solutions has been contracted by the city of Tampa to do that work. So we're restoring wetlands up and down the river, and now we want to destroy a wetland that's very problematic to the drainage of the area if that thing gets cut off. These tremendous amounts of fill create another, just a real problem. So if we're back on the property now, thinking about the property, we've got trees that they want to eliminate from the property. That's taken too many trees out. They had it at 87%. Now they want 75%. Well, that's great. But how do they get to 200% or 100% of the green space? They didn't take any units out. What they've done is eliminated the pond square footage on the property. When this was first brought out in 23, we had 12,000 square feet of pond space coming. Now we're down to less than 8,000 square feet of space. I don't know if that's enough. Does anybody know if that's enough to handle this flow that's going to come from these intensive storms, these volatile and vicious and bigger storms that we're getting? I want to talk quickly about these coastal reports that came out. They just hit Acela last week, but they were produced in July. They're nicely done. They've got good statistics. They got a good theoretical background, and they state that the river at that point is tidal. That's correct. So there is no flood that's going to come from the river. We all knew that. It turns riverine, however, when the dam is operated to release the water to the river. That's when you get a problem. Right now it's maintained at a certain level, but with increased storms, if we get a big storm and that thing's got to start releasing more, we got a problem. Or worse, if the dam fails. And then the fill that they're using that's uncovered is going to come and be exposed to the scour and the runoff. And you got to question then, what's your
Thank you very much, sir.
What's your propensity for risk, or what's your appetite for risk at that point?
Thank you very much,
Because you're putting
sir.
lives at risk.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Paul Bay. Put it up there on the thing. Yeah. If you have a number, please put it in the basket that was just provided up
When you come
front.
up, if you can just put them in here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bay, do you have a speaker waiver form?
Speaker waiver form?
No, okay, you're good. You have 3 minutes to speak, sir. If you would just state your name for the record, you may begin.
Thank you. Paul Bay. I am directly across the river from where it has been shown. The Roman Avenue project needs to be gutted and cut back to save the integrity of this community. Single-family homes only, please. The builder can put the apartment buildings in other areas, like, for example, Channelside, or somewhere near downtown where the jobs are needed and available for people who need such apartments in the Tampa area. Thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns. We have talked to at least 80 residents in the area. See the petition list, which you said doesn't count, and every one of them are vigorously opposed to this planned apartment community as is. It must be amended for single homes only. They did not mention the docks that they're going to build. And they did not mention the fact that they use compact cars in their study, not vehicles for the garages, but compact cars. They use, now most people in there are going to have pickup trucks or SUVs, not just compact cars. And they're going to be parked tandemly, that's this way. So to move a vehicle, both people have to move the vehicle in a tandem situation in the garages they showed you. This is an accident. So with our docks on the other side of the river and their planned docks on their side of the river, there's gonna be about 20 feet of river on low tide between our dock and their dock. Again, we're across the river. So at low tide, there'll be no place to go. There has been accidents, and we'll show you photos of the accidents in the past. There's totally no service space for parking of 100+ vehicles. You gotta remember, 100+ vehicles in 4 acres, plus 40-something houses. 4 acres, this room here might be 2 houses, but it's hard to compare sizes. The 900 truckloads of fill dirt, and there's only 3 retention ponds. Where will all this drainage go from all the concrete? That's my part. I hope you consider rejecting this community in this location. Put it in another location. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Yanni Lagos. Hello, please state your name.
Hello, Yanni Lagos. Thank you, City Council, for letting me speak today. I'm an attorney. I'm president of Florida Spartans LLC, which owns the house at 1522 Alicia Avenue, which is directly north, a single-family house directly north of the property. I live 1 mile away from the house. What I spend most of my time doing is creating a disease-resistant orange tree. So really focus on bringing trees back to Florida. Just a couple of things that I want to say is, not anti-development, but I am concerned about the water flow on this property, specifically to the causing damage to 1522 Alicia Avenue. During Hurricane Helene, the water level did rise up to the house. If it would have gone 1 more foot up, it would have totally flooded the house. So this is an area of flood concern. It also did not flood during Hurricane Milton. But just to point out what I heard today is that there is a wetland on this property that is directly south of 1522 Alicia Avenue, my property. That's 0.2 acres. That wetland is going to be removed, filled in. A couple things that were said is there's going to be an exception for building 6 in order to build on top of a wetland. There was an exception for one of the good trees, and I also heard that only 2 oaks and then 1 other oak was going to be saved on the property. I also heard there was going to be a waiver for retention. So it sounds like there's a lot of exceptions and waivers going on specific to the wetlands, which is the primary concern that we have at 1522 Alicia Avenue. So those are the things that I heard today. And want to say that, and I know the City Council is looking at that and the Planning Commission. We know with Hurricane Helene and Milton that flooding is a primary concern. And it seems like there's a lot, just from the words that were said today, a lot of exceptions and waivers regarding the wetlands. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Sandy Sanchez is our next speaker. Do you have a speaker waiver form, ma'am?
Yeah, I'll get it done. I'll get it so we don't have to walk. Okay, one of these.
Please acknowledge when I call your name, Janice Katz. Thank you. Adrienne Laramie. Thank you. Thomas Spalding. And Nettie Astudillo. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4 for a total of 7 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Sandra De Diego Sanchez. At the beginning of last summer, a few neighborhood activists were invited to the Riverbend Community Meeting with the developers. It is because of these meetings and other meetings with the community that I am here. What you will hear tonight from the community, as this developer was not interested in compromising in any way with this community. nor did they have the courtesy to notify the community of their meeting with the EPC, and because of that, were not allowed to participate in the original hearing. What has not been taken into consideration by the city and county staff is that this project does nothing to enhance the neighborhood. It blocks the neighborhood from the river, it adds traffic to an already busy arterial road, and endangers the residents inside the complex and the surrounding neighborhood. And most importantly, it sacrifices an important wetland area within the city of Tampa and a much revered parcel with over 100 trees. City Council, this community is your missing middle. Because of its age and contribution to the city, I would even consider it a heritage community. There are actually homes that are affordable in this area. Approving this project jeopardizes their quality of life by allowing an irresponsible PD rezoning to open the floodgate for more irresponsible buildings. We say we need affordable housing, but this isn't it. They're not going to have any lower, higher AMI affordable housing available. I'm going to address one of the many reasons this should be denied. On March 7th, 2024, Stephen Benson and Jonathan Scott, city staff members, at your request, made a presentation to City Council about minimum garages. Mr. Scott stated that if you make a garage 18 by 18 feet, you would have to jump out the window to get out of the cars. He said this in preparing his report. He talked to many architects with lots of experience building many houses, and they all said a 2-car garage should be a minimum of 20 feet by 20. He asked them about making the garages smaller, and they said they would not do it. It was not a good idea. Mr. Scott went on to say that 20 by 20 is the minimum size for a 2-car garage, but if solid waste bins are stored inside the garage, it should be 22 by 20. So with the waste receptacles, it must be 20 by 22. Using the graphic scale on this site plan, not a single garage is 20 by 22, nor have the waste receptacles been considered. Also, if you look at the site plan, the only measurement that is showing for the garage is the garage door. Does not give the length or the width of the internal measurements of the garage. The reality is, and why the staff did not share this information with the developer is a question. Certainly he has been dealing with the developer long enough, and especially since March of this year. The reality is only 1 car can be parked in all these garages. That means in real life, not make-believe life, there are only 45 garages spaces that are usable. The only internal space in the garage will not accommodate a 2nd car unless it's possibly a Mini Cooper. They have not met the minimum parking requirements. All 45 of the garages are 1-car garages. They are 45 spaces short of the parking requirements. To correct this issue would take a major change of the plans, which cannot be done between first and second reading. Exhibit 1 that I gave you is what it looks like when the garages are too small and the cars have to park in the street. The second one was taken directly off of the presentation that Mr. Scott made showing the impossibility to open the doors. On March 7th, you, council members, said you don't want unusable garages, but these garages are usable. There are 2 major comp plan guidelines that staff and development have missed. Land use objective 8.13, developer must be clustered to increase the amount of open space acreage to preserve natural resources, including significant wildlife habitat, aquifer recharge, floodplains, and other resources. Land use policy 8.13.1. Types of uses allowed in the open spaces area must be consistent with preserving significant wildlife habitat and biologically function and integrate with the habitat. Permitted uses include conservation, mitigation areas, natural observation, hiking, stormwater systems, landscaping, pedestrian and bike trails. I have given you a handout with all of the current comp plan guidelines that staff and development have developer have ignored. This information was taken from the current published comprehensive plan. Please review them and deny this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our next speaker is Wendy Catuzzi. Good evening, please say your name.
Wendy Patuzzi. Good evening. Thank you for hearing us. I'm a resident of the neighborhood. I'm a mother in the neighborhood, and I just want to be heard for you. Okay. The current zoning was established for reasons to protect the safety and peace of this small residential area. What is being proposed, what they want to happen is like stuffing 40 pounds of bologna in a 1-pound bag. You cannot adequately meet this massive demand in our neighborhood. On our streets, small two-way streets, no sidewalks, very, very small area. We want to preserve the character and safety of our neighborhood. We have questions about the infrastructure, sewer, water lines, stormwater. Can we adequately meet this type of abundant amount of people and cars and everything in our building? We're worried about local schools. Can they handle this? All the streets themselves, the fire department, the police department, and everything else that we use on a daily basis for our safety and for our protection. Of course, we want to protect the wetlands, the trees. We don't want fill. We want something that's sustainable. We want something that's natural in our developments and in our communities. And we're not anti-developments, but we don't want the noise, the traffic, the pollution, the congestion. The RS10 zoning is for very low-density residential zoning. This is a 45 unit with that kind of capacity is not a low density zoning in my eyes. So this huge development is an overcrowding of a small neighborhood. It is doing nothing to help an already bad situation. We have a 2-lane street on Rome. We're backed up for 5 lights from in front of that property to get to Hillsborough Avenue in the morning or evening just to make a left or a right. There's no room for anything going in either direction. Sly Avenue becomes backed on the other side, and they're coming through our side streets at 30, 35, 40 miles an hour, going through stop signs on little streets. Measure the size of those streets just to get through to Rome, to get through again. Adding this kind of capacity of people is just going to lower the quality of the life of the whole neighborhood. We are interested in change. Change is good when it doesn't damage the neighborhood and it makes it a better place to live. Right now, this is not happening with this proposed development. Please reject it for all of us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gautam Katuzi. Hello, please state your name.
Good evening. I'm Gaetano Katuzi. Safety is the biggest concern for me as a young person. 611 Rome Avenue should not be developed in this way. Adding 40-plus units, which adds 102-plus vehicles on our 1-lane street. Rome Avenue hardly has a sidewalk, and none of the smaller streets that exit to Rome Avenue have them either. It just gets worse and worse. We have enough apartments, trailer parks, single and multifamily homes in North Rome Avenue. Obviously, there is no need in adding more housing. But adding a nature park on a wetland could be a very positive development. One property that is just down the street from this development was actually stopped. So now it is just a natural wetland, and it is only one property away. Due to the traffic on Sly and Rome, small streets always have cars. Drivers speed through the neighborhood, flying through stop signs, and extremely exceeding all the speed limits. Since I've lived in this neighborhood for more than 10 years, and I have seen the roads every single day, my expert opinion is that it is unsafe to walk your dog, ride a bike in this neighborhood. So now imagine adding 40-plus more bustle to this area. Turning onto Rome Avenue is extremely dangerous and traffic-filled. Safety, as I said, is my biggest concern. I see so many dead animals on the street, and even I have almost been hit walking and riding my bike down these streets. Rome Avenue and the streets around it have not been developed or worked on. So maybe our first point of action should be developing something like the roads, adding sidewalks and paving all these potholes and bump-ridden streets, even though these horrible holes do help the speeding issue. If the property of 611 North Rome Avenue needs to be developed, it should be developed purely as a park, not a housing development. That will only cause environmental issues, traffic issues, and issues in all forms of life that lives around this area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Gail Harris is our next speaker, followed by Linda Popper. Yes, ma'am, come on up. Please state your name.
Gail Harris.
Go ahead.
I'm Gail Harris, and I live at 6,000 River Terrace on the beautiful Hillsborough River. That's directly across from 6111 Rome Avenue. I, along with 30 other residents who signed petitions, anti-construction petitions, strongly oppose the rezoning of this beautiful property. Okay, here is a picture of my husband's dock. This is a very narrow part of the river, and there's a lot of boat traffic. And the construction plans include 3 to 4 new docks, possibly 13 jet skis. Let me show you what happened to my husband's dock. A boat came down with an eye doctor driving, and totally, if he had not run off the dock, he would have been killed. We do not need more docks at this pointiest, narrowest part of the river. Just last month, another boat came down and hit my dock and was lodged there. It is a point. It is the point of the river. I beg you, encourage construction of the much-needed townhouses to be built further inland. This huge density will severely increase traffic on that small 2-lane Avenue, Rome, cause huge loss of much-needed Tampa tree canopy. Look at the tree canopy right across the river. It's gorgeous. It will also hurt the wildlife, intensify stormwater and wetland problems. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing us. We appreciate it. One more look, before and after. Bang! Sorry, teacher. Can't help it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Linda Popper, followed by John Ovink. Linda Popper.
Did you call Linda?
Yes, come on up. Please state your name.
Linda Parups?
Harups. Oh, I'm sorry, we had it spelled differently. Go ahead, ma'am.
All right, I have a video.
Okay.
My name is Linda Parups. I've lived 2 homes down from the proposed rezone for Wastewater 46 lift years. station. The developer's blueprint shows water discharge point right next to or into the wastewater lift station. This is behind the wastewater lift station, a big pond where my husband's poking a big 4-foot Coming from Hannah Avenue. pond. My videos are going too fast. There's a big wetland with a pond behind the wastewater lift station. This is my backyard on a rainy day.
Is my
from
water
Hannah
flowing? Flowing.
I have
like
another
a-
river in my backyard. This is from Hannah Avenue, from where the proposed rezoning is. I'm on the river. If you could go back
Into
to
the stormwater.
the first
By the
video,
river.
the first picture.
Wastewater.
First picture. If you see that black mark there, that is their water discharge point. The development's water discharge point right next to the wastewater lift station is that big white. So their water discharge is either going into a wastewater lift station or next to it. We all know what happened during the hurricanes when the water went into there. All the new homes on the river are stilt homes, very little fill dirt. I'm not against development. Build some homes around these trees and wetlands that look like the rest of the neighborhood. Please preserve the natural historic water sheet flow. Please say no to this. I'm afraid it's gonna flood myself out and all the neighbors and the wastewater lift station. From their map, it shows that's their point of discharge from all the drainage, 6111 Rome Avenue. Their point of discharge is into a wastewater lift station? That doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you for listening. Please say no to this.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is John Oving, followed by Asichi Chukwu.
Good evening, City Council. John Oving, 113 West Stanley Avenue. I am a founding member of Friends of the River. On behalf of our 1,679, one more than yesterday, members, I ask that you not approve this request for rezoning. It does not conform to several comprehensive plan policies. Friends of the River was founded in January of 2000 in Tampa as a not-for-profit charitable organization to maintain or improve the current and future health, environmental, recreation, proprietary values of the Hillsborough River and its adjacent lands and water. Purpose of this rezoning would be to allow the building of 45 residential units, and once permitted, the intention is to follow through the proposal to add up to 14 docks extending into what is a very narrow part of the Hillsborough River. We've just heard at low tide, it's no wider than 20 feet. Of course, the docks building is not requested in this rezoning request because that's a later issue, but they will be built, and I ask that you take care of that, that you take that into account. With Bob Dylan, the times are a-changing. What was okay 20 years ago in the comp plan may no longer be okay at this point. As presented, the proposal appears to be in violation of several sections of the coastal management section of the Tampa Comprehensive Plans. I've mentioned those in my letter to council. I won't quote them again. The site is currently undeveloped. It contains a wetland, numerous mature trees, including a grand oak. As more and more courts throughout the world are recognizing that rivers, wetland, trees, and animals have rights and economic values, the destruction of one of the last undeveloped areas in the lower Hillsborough River will bring irreparable harm to the river, its adjacent lands and water bodies, the interest of our 1,679 members in the city of Tampa and its citizens. This proposal requires an enormous amount of fill dirt to bring to the entire property up to the 12-foot elevation. This, as specified in the plan, requires the construction of retaining wall and riprap on the river in violation of the comp plan. Friends have two additional concerns. The amount of fill dirt in the new elevation will seriously add to wastewater and rain runoff in the river. On the amount of trash produced by the 80-plus new inhabitants, a lot will end up in the river. As well, flooding is a very serious issue. I live about 3/4 mile upriver from this property. During Helene, I had 33 inches of water in my house. During Milton, my house was flooded again, this time from runoff. Also, in spite of the negative surge, the river was just as high, with rainwater flowing over the dam. During Helene, the level of the river at the dam was 9.36 feet. During Milton, it was over 10 feet. There is a flooding danger. Our last concern, Lower Hillsborough River is home to many species of aquatic life, including manatees. They're protected under Florida Manatee Sanctuary Act and federally protected.
Thank you very much,
Building of docks
sir.
will hurt them.
Thank you.
you.
Azishi Chukwu, followed by Nancy Stevens and Walter Worth. Hello, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Azichi Chukwu. Good evening to everyone. It's going to be short and sweet, promise. My name is Azichi Chukwu again, and I am here to express my support for this proposed development in our neighborhood. I live several streets down from the proposed development, and when I purchased this home, I did so with a tremendous amount of excitement for the potential this neighborhood had and holds, and for the projects like this that signal growth, renewal, and opportunities. Knowing that there was an eye on Riverbend and a vision for transformation played a key role into me purchasing my home, my first home. This development represents the kind of progress that can elevate our area by bringing in new housing, attracting investments, and providing resources that can benefit current and future residents. While I understand the concerns about tree removal and wetland mitigation, and I would never pretend to be an expert, however, the wetland impact approval and the plans that the applicant has shown definitely exhibit their commitment to ensure that the project can responsibly balance growth and environmental stewardship. Tampa is a city on the rise, and our neighborhood has a chance to be a part of that momentum. The development will breathe new life in this area, creating vibrant community that reflects the potential I saw when I first decided to purchase my home there. So for that reason, I ask you to support the development. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Nancy Stevens, Walter Worth, Frank Greco.
Hi, good evening. My name's Nancy Stevens. I represent the Sierra Club Tampa Bay Group. We sent a letter in requesting you to deny this PD, and I'm also going to be representing the Tampa Tree Advocacy Group, who also is requesting that you deny this PD and deny the tree waivers associated with that. I just wanted to talk first about, well, my first line on this, my talk was, don't fool with Mother Nature. And the reason is the rain. You've heard a lot of, we've had many storms this year, hurricanes, but we also had a storm on September 4th where the river rose 5 feet in 1 hour. It was a record 3.39 inches of rain at the airport, and this is not going to be unusual in the coming years. With climate change, this is going to happen all the time. This plan development proposes to cement over, as you heard, the wetlands next to the Hillsborough River, which would aggravate any type of water flow, and you heard several people talk about the water flow. If you look at, I'm try to put this one up, but you've seen this one. This is the property. This is the delineated wetlands, and they're going to put fill in there, which is also going to interrupt the water flow. One thing that has not been mentioned is on this chart, it shows that there's riprap being installed. It says the riprap, I can't read it so small, to be installed along the river for erosion control. Well, I imagine that's needed because of all the overdevelopment, all the fill they're putting in, the retaining wall, everything else, interrupting the flow, they're gonna have to install riprap. Well, riprap is illegal. This is a coastal high hazard area, storm surge, and coastal management policy 1.5.4, the use of seawalls and riprap to stabilize beach shoreline is prohibited. So that alone should stop this particular proposal because it's violating that coastal management policy. Also, the environmental policy 3.1.1, which was cited earlier, there's a provision in there that says the same thing similar for the Hillsborough River. All proposed development and redevelopment projects with Hillsborough River frontage will reduce or eliminate the need for a seawall or other hardened shoreline by providing alternative and erosion control designs. So the request here is that the PD should be working with nature, should retain 50% of the existing trees, no tree waiver, work with the natural stormwater flow, and add natural erosion control in the river. This PD should be denied and be developed to conform with the comp plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Walter Worth, Frank Greco, and Bob Whitmore. Hello, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Walter Worth. Thank you for allowing me to speak before your august council. We've seen many presentations. There seems to be a fact here that this water, that the property that is concerned here is on a natural flow of water from the neighborhoods to the west and to the north. This water has been coming for, I don't know, maybe centuries, who knows how long. It's not gonna stop. No matter how high the new development is, or how many dams may be put up. This water's gonna come, and it's gonna come and come. Hurricanes, doesn't matter. Heavy rains, it really doesn't matter. It's a natural flow of this water, and it's gonna go someplace. And if it can't go through the subject development, it's gotta go around it. And it's gonna flood out the neighbors. It seems very likely that the subject property can get flooded out pretty easily, no matter what they have said they are going to do. You cannot stop a creek. You cannot stop the natural flow of water down a hill. It keeps going, and it keeps coming and coming and coming. So I would ask the council to seriously consider what the approval of this development would bring. It would bring a lot of expense to the city of Tampa, for one thing, if indeed these homes are built, to say nothing of the degradation of the neighborhoods. And who is benefiting from all this? Are the neighbors, are they benefiting? Is the neighborhood? Is the city of Tampa benefiting from this project? Who is benefiting? Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Frank Greco, Bob Whitmore, Rod Hatch.
Mr. Greco has 5 names. Jim Maley, did I say that right, or close enough? David Snyder. Allison Date. And Kevin Box. 1, 2, 3, 4 names, total of 7 minutes, please.
Go ahead, sir. Please state your
Start.
name.
My name is Frank Greco, and I live in the River Bend, excuse me, at 5440 North River Shore Drive. And I am one of the neighbors to the south of this project. And you've probably already seen the aerial photo of the property in question. This is an aerial photo before the sale, and still shows the buildings that were on the property at the time. I also have a FEMA flood map, which, oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. Can't see it.
What are you trying to do?
It's a map.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, we'll bring it up on the main screen. Give it a second. Pause this time. There we go.
There it is.
All right,
Okay.
go ahead.
This is a picture of the aerial photo of the property before the sale of the property, and it actually shows the buildings that were on the property. There were 2 buildings. I also have a FEMA flood map, and as you can see, the green area, or blue area, whatever you want to call it, is the elevation 11 for the property. That's where buildings would have to be built. However, that is the flood zone area. And as you can see, it's pretty much about 2/3 of that particular property, which means that there's no topographical survey for this property that we have been shown to show what the elevations are, which would be very helpful. But again, the elevation is to be 11 feet for the base flood elevation, plus 12 inches for a freeboard. The city of Tampa requires a freeboard. And I might mention that I was formerly a plans examiner for the city of Tampa, and I was a FEMA certified floodplain manager. The building details on this property show the elevations as far as the height of the building, which is 34 feet. However, they do have the ability to put a little bit of a architectural feature above that. I want to point out, though, that they start off at 0. They don't start at the existing grade. So from 0 to 34 feet, we don't know what the dimension of this area is, which is the existing grade to the finished floor elevation. And I want to show you how on their site plan. On the back of the property, or I guess these are the front entrances, as you can see, it graduates down as it goes closer to the river. And you can see there's several steps to get down to grade. However, on the street side and the garage side, it's at grade. So this is an enormous amount of fill. And as you've heard other people talk about, the fill will require well walls to protect the trees. We don't know what the stem wall or the fill or the retaining walls, we don't know what it looks like, how tall they'll be, how much fill there will be on the property, or anything to that effect. This blue line is actually the wetland line, and that line is going to be filled and mitigated in another area. So we don't have, so they won't have to, so they will not have a wetland in the middle of the development. Now, you've heard what the neighbors have said about all the fill dirt, and again, we don't know what the amount of fill dirt is. We're estimating maybe 6 to 7 feet at the eastern end, which is closer to the river. But let's see what FEMA says about it. FEMA says the placement of fill in the special flood hazard area can increase the BFE, which is the base flood elevation, by reducing the soil's ability to convey and store floodwaters. An increase in the base flood elevation can result in increased flooding damage to both upstream and downstream properties, which, as you know, there are properties to the north and to the south of it. So with the additional fill, the natural flow of the sheet flow of the property, the historic sheet flow, will be disrupted. It will divert that floodwater into those neighboring properties to the north and to the south. There's no other way around it, because the land, the new elevations are not going to support that sheet flow as it is intended to do. The EPC approved the fill of the wetland, and the mitigation credits remove any benefit to that community by mitigating it to some other area. And I'd like to point out that that area that they're mitigating to is not even in Hillsborough County. So that is a loss of benefit to our community of Riverbend. Also, the EPC was consistent in improving the filling of wetlands in the immediate neighborhood. Within 0.4 miles, there have been 2 other wetlands that have been filled, allowed to be mitigated. I'd like to also point out that the traffic impact, additional 90 cars, which I think they have approval for 102 cars, is going to go on to the narrow road way in front of it, which is Rome Avenue. One direction in each direction. Now, rush hour backup at Hillsborough and Sly is horrendous. It goes back half a mile in the mornings and a half a mile in the afternoons. There was a traffic study done. It was done on November 11th, which happens to be Veterans Day. So not all of the traffic studies are really apply to this traffic issue that we have. The city commitment for improvements is very desperately needed. We've asked for a turn arrow onto Hillsborough Avenue going eastbound, and we have not gotten it yet. So what the people do coming down Rome Avenue, they cut through the neighborhood because they know there's another light at Lee Place, and then they can maybe wait for that light and then get eastbound onto Hillsborough, because there is no provision in the traffic plan for adding a turn arrow at Hillsborough Avenue to go eastbound. And that concludes my presentation, and I thank you very much for listening to us, and we will look forward to your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bob Whitmore, Rod Hatch, Deborah LeCann. Who's hiding in the back?
Hello, council.
Please say your name, sir.
Bob Whitmore, Executive Director of City Tree. It's good to see you guys again. You know, I'm not particularly opposed to developing on this piece of property, but Rezoning like this is a betrayal to an established neighborhood, as most rezoning is. You know, it's on wetlands, so there's that. And it's counter to everything tree people have been fighting every single time we stand here for a decade. We're talking 80 trees that are going to be coming down on this property. I can't imagine you guys would sign waivers for that. It baffles me how a corporation can buy up a piece of property and spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on preliminary planning while showing complete disregard for trees. And regulations put in place to protect property like this from what amounts to be clear cutting. You cannot clear cut property in the city of Tampa. And then when the citizens in the city push back to protect the dwindling canopy from blatant acts of environmental rape, they cry foul and say they aren't being treated fairly. Sue us for having anticipated an easy march through this council and passed the mayor's commitment to preserve a dwindling canopy. It is completely reasonable and in no way anti-development for this city council to deny this developer permission to create a project that removes 75% of the trees on the property, including a grand oak. You cannot clear-cut land in the city of Tampa, and 75% of the trees is clear-cutting, and there's a reason you cannot clear-cut. Trees, among all the wonderful things they do, are also straws. And if you clear-cut 80 trees off of this property, if you think you saw flooding this area back when Milton came through, it's going to be nothing compared to what will happen when those trees are gone. It is completely reasonable that this council and this city insists that this developer work with the Department of Natural Resources to create a development that takes its pound of flesh and no more. Please, no more. It is our responsibility to the residents of Riverbend, the city, and this planet that we make this a pivotal moment. This is the one. This is the pivotal moment. The moment when the mandate becomes crystal clear regarding the future development in the city of Tampa. We will not mortgage our environmental future so a handful of men and women can make fistfuls of money. That's not what the city does. We will not continue this march to oblivion, one felled tree at a time. We will not clear cut our most valuable protection against global warming and flooding. We do not build on wetlands. I ask you on behalf of all the sane citizens in Tampa, I speak for the people of Tampa, to deny this rezoning and send this developer back to the drawing board. Thank you very much.
All right, next up we have Rod Hatch, Deborah LaKenta, and Stephanie Pointer. Hello, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Rod Hatch. I'm at 1013 East Patterson Street. I'm here on behalf of the most neglected, abused resource this city has, and that's the Hillsborough River and the wildlife that lives in it. You talked about facts earlier, Mr. Shelby. I wanted to show you some facts here about our Hillsborough River. I don't know if you can see this or not. This is a sample water test taking on 12/16. Poor water quality is 70 parts per 100 milliliters. At Rivercrest Park, it was measured at 2,064 parts. That's a direct reflection of the city's negligence in regards to our sewers and poor lift stations we have. Between downtown and Rowlett Park, there's 513 residential and multifamily lots. Now, I'm not sure how many dwelling units that represents, but that's probably right around 1,000 total dwelling units right there. This developer's done a great job. It's not his fault why this should be denied. The fault lies on the city of Tampa because our infrastructure sucks. Our sewer's terrible. Our lift stations still haven't been updated. And I don't know if he's going to have to put a private lift station in there or not, but private lift stations aren't even required to have a telemetry system on them still. I've complained to the city for 2 years now. Every lift station here should have a backup power supply, and we need to stop sewage from going into our river. There's 20 manatees right now at Sulphur Springs Park. This year, they're going to be placed back on the endangered list probably. If you approve this, you're approving more sewage in our river. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Please refrain from clapping. Thank you very much. Deborah LaKenta, Stephanie Pointer, Carol Ann Bennett.
I have a couple extra minutes.
Please
Where do I
state-
set my phone
oh.
here? This is my phone. Here.
Go ahead, please say your name.
My name's Deborah LaKenta, and I live at 5704 North River Shore Drive. I'm just north of the property in question. I'm on the corner of River Shore and Powhatan, and basically my house is at the end of the hill, right at the river, so everything flows downhill, so we'll think about that. I'm here to basically talk about traffic. The traffic survey that Frank talked about, I requested that from FDOT, and we looked at the survey. We brought that to the attention of the the folks that are presenting today, and we explained to them what we saw. So I just want to let you know they were aware of it. We talked about the kids in the baseball field, PAL, which is right across the street from this property. It's for our youth, it's for our kids, they play. It's an area where our kids are going to be playing close to the street. So they're in that area, but it's very close. Traffic is a nightmare. You heard everybody laugh about traffic. I live when I go Powhatan to Rome Avenue, my daughter's school is to the left. I go to the right because I cannot get out of the street. I'm heading north on Rome Avenue to make a left on Henry. Cars are coming at me, coming the opposite way. Twice we had to stop because the cars are coming at me because the traffic is so far backed up, coming down the wrong way. Then they come down Powhatan. I keep my animals in between 7 and 9 a.m. because I want them to live. So we all have to really be careful about what we're doing. The cars are driving so fast through the neighborhood, they're not aware of what they're doing. There's a curve right at the end of Powhatan. The city did put up some signs that show big arrows now because it curves. Well, because people are just driving right through, and then we're having a problem. I was trying to show you this picture here, which is the sewer drain between my house and my neighbor's house. It's a big concrete where all the water comes off Rome Avenue, flows down Powhatan, and the water drains out of this big sewer metal concrete thing. It's eroded. All the water's coming down. It's pushing through so fast that this is what my neighbor's erosion looks like on her dock. That's what it looks like. I didn't show my property. It's worse. I don't have a dock, but that's what's going on there. The green, they talked about cars, 102 cars. They said between 18 in the morning and 24 in the PM, 2.5% usage. I would like them for somebody to come do another traffic study to see really what is going on Rome Avenue. That was done, they said, maybe 4 years ago. Maybe it's time to do another one. I oppose this project because I think the safety of the neighborhood, I think the cars in the neighborhood, somebody's going to get hurt. Your 5-year plan for the city is to put a bike lane there. Look at your 5-year city plan. It's going to go right down Powhatan, right down River Shore, up Powhatan, down Rome Avenue, down Alicia, right in front of all our properties. I would like to see how many people are going to be hurt or injured on that bike path that you propose in your TIP plan for the city. What else? Just my background, I was 20 years with FedEx Senior Management, 10 years with Transportation Director in Pinellas County, similar to the Sunshine Line here. I have my own transportation company. I was certified by FedEx with their Smith system, which is a training for drivers. This is a very unsafe area. All through this neighborhood here where they're putting these projects, where they're putting all these houses, all these cars. I would please ask you to do some more research to see what the impact will be to the neighborhood and how it's going to affect the streets around us. Because everybody's cutting through, like you said. They're cutting down through Henry. There was an accident on Henry in Armenia. I drive down Henry to get to Armenia, to get to my daughter's school, which is on the other side of Hillsborough, and I can't even turn left because people are blocking Henry and Armenia. So, you know, I'm waiting for lights. So I curve so I can park, so I can get into that lane there. So I really think that there needs to be more traffic study done. There's a lot of other studies that need to be done as well. I think Frank talked about the light at Hillsborough Avenue. There's no left turn lane. There's a left turn lane that's maybe 3 cars. There's a big ditch over by the mobile gas station if you want to try to go forward. You know, so there's a big hole. If you decide you want to drive your truck through there, that's fine. My brand-new van, I'm not going to drive through there. I would appreciate that you guys really take time to look at the traffic. If this was your neighborhood, if this is how you want the neighborhoods in the community to look, then widen Rome Avenue. Figure out something that can help and support all of us. If you want a bike lane in there, what are you gonna do to make that bike lane safe? I mean, you approved the bike lane. So let's go back and look at what that bike lane looks like going down these streets here. I was on the call when you approved it, and I did bring up my concerns at that time. So I really hope that somebody takes a look at the traffic and then the erosion on the city, on the river. That's where I was trying to show you where this is, the erosion on the city, where the if that pops up, where the drain, all the water's gonna go someplace. It's all gonna go into that big drain. It's already eroded. The trees are falling down into the river. You can see the erosion from there to there. Well, maybe you see some other stuff here. So the erosion, the trees, let me see if I can find this one. It was the trees have fallen in. Since the last hurricane, the trees have fallen in. So all the water's got to go someplace. It's going to go back probably into the river, but it's going into these big area, and it's just eroding the river road. At the end of River Bend, and the end of River Shore, the road's completely flooded. There's probably about a foot left, and the city needs to figure out what they're going to do. So I just ask that you look at this whole project, look at what the water, where the water's going to go, what the traffic's going to do, and how it's going to impact all of us. I wish that they would look at maybe houses on this instead of 45 units. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Pointer, Carol Ann Bennett, Todd Randall.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6 names. Ann Delaney? Excuse me? Is Ann Delaney here? I'm sorry. Thank you. Mike Addison? Here. Thank you. Steve King? Steve King. Last call, Mr. King, Steve King. Lawrence Corwin, thank you. Ingrid Smith, thank you. Phil Compton, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for a total of 8 minutes.
Okay, please state your name.
Hi, Stephanie Pointer. I find it ironic because this is the second development today that I've talked about on the West River, on the west side of the river. Anyway, I know a lot about the nightmare of parking. I live in a community that has 44 units. 16 of those are duplexes, which makes them 32, and 12 single-family homes. We have made, when we purchased our properties 13 years ago, there was no on-street parking. We have made 27 parking spaces and changed our deed restrictions. I don't care what people say. They're going to park, they will not all park in their garages. And so we end up with situations like this. We have deficient driveways in my neighborhood. This driveway here is 13 feet, 8 inches long. Now, you guys all know how long your cars are, so you do the math. Your car probably will not fit there. As a matter of fact, I don't think anybody's car will fit there that's on council. So this is a car that's parked improperly, blocking the garage door, and this is a 2-car garage. They're 19 feet wide. Okay, but I always like to remind you guys that this is really, really important that you think about how deficient driveways impact our neighborhoods. The width of your cars, you know, I have to go back and do my homework. These garages, the tandem garages in particular, are only supposed to be 9 feet wide. Well, then how do you get in and out of the car? And I'm going to tell you, I've been getting in and out of cars like this for the past couple months because I'm starting somebody's car who's out of the country. Okay, this little map right here, I've got a lot of stuff going on, and I'm very, very, very confused. Is this the front yard or the backyard? Or is this the front yard or the backyard? Because in all these little blue things are possible optional swimming pools. Now, I want you to see that this little thing is 10 feet wide and they look like squares because there's a lot of numbers. And I understand that the applicant has revised this site plan many, many times over the last couple of years, but you would think that the important numbers would be there. And this is one of the 49 things between first and second reading that has been asked, is to put the size of the garages. Now, with these little 10-foot jokers right here, you got swimming pools next to them. Those swimming pools can't be any more than 8 by 8-ish. But on this row, with the side-by-side garages, the swimming pool's in the front, back. Which is it? Are they the front or the back? And what really gets me is the little brown parts right here. That's the sidewalk. Why even bother? I mean, seriously, this would be a great neighborhood if you put the sidewalks all around the perimeter of the neighborhood so that you can actually walk. I mean, you can't even walk your dog there. Somebody's going to get run over. Why does the city of Tampa allow anybody to put a sidewalk in front of a garage door? That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Okay, so deficient driveways. Again, we all know how these short driveways are not going to work. I'm going to tell you, in my neighborhood right now, today, if I walk my neighborhood, and I do it every day when I walk the dogs, I'm counting cars. We have between 8 and 14 cars that are always parked on the street. In our visitors' parking spaces, we have 27 of them. We have between 8 and 14 cars parked in the street all the time. Doesn't matter what time of day or night. And guess what? Those folks live in our duplexes that have double car garages. But they either don't or can't get both vehicles in there. And let me tell you, if I had $1 for every time we sent a letter to a homeowner that said you cannot park on the street all the time, they would say, I didn't know that. Nobody told me that. Even though by law they had to have been given the deed restrictions before they bought the property. By law. So you can't say they were told, because it doesn't work that way. The other thing I wanted to point out is, these are 24-foot aisles. Now, they say it's 40 feet between them. But when you get to the 24-foot aisles, remember what happens? We end up with those banged-up garage doors. Or, in this particular case, what you're going to see there is, this is my new favorite neighborhood to drive by. Okay? So, these are 2-car garages, and we have 4 cars parked outside the garages horizontally. I guarantee you their deed restrictions say that they can't park like that. There are also 4 parking spaces at the back. Every time I drive in there, they're full, including the handicap one, which never, ever has a handicap tag in the window. So, I want to talk again for just a minute. I'm so confused. I'm always confused. It seems like I just... Okay, so maybe I didn't understand. But Mr. Thomas, when he was talking about the heights, was talking about 22 feet. Did I miss that? Was I confused? Because I could have sworn he showed us 2-story buildings. But this says they're going to be 35 feet, which is okay. But which is it? Were the elevations correct that he was showing us, or what's going on with that? The total amount of impervious surface, it always gets me. So we're going to go to 57% impervious surface. Now, that does not include our swimming pool spaces, folks. That does not include our swimming pool spaces. And if you do the math, and I'm just, you know me, I like to do math. Okay, so even if we only build an 8-foot by 8-foot swimming pool, no decking around it, just an 8-foot by 8-foot swimming pool, that's going to reduce the amount of impervious surface by 2,600 more square feet, or 2,700 more square feet. And then the single-family homes, I just kind of Googled, you're probably talking about another 600 square feet that you're going to lose there. And so you're talking about another 3,200 square feet. Now, the staff report says that they can't even build on 25% of this property. They cannot by law. So when you see that big green thing that says we've got more space than we have to, guess what? 0.25 acres of it, almost 11,000 square feet, is required by the EPA. Is required by the EPA. And do you know that the wastewater station next to this property flooded during the storms? The wastewater station next to this property flooded during the storms. Mr. Weiss told us that this week. This project does not meet the parking standards. It's not even close. It's not even half. And all you are doing, if you approve this, is creating a huge parking issue. So you have two choices. One, you do like my neighborhood and create more parking, which is probably illegal, but it's a private community, so we can do what we want. Or you can do like Schooner Cove does down the street, and they park all on the side of Interbay. If somebody has a party, they've got cars lined up, 15, 20, 30 cars lined up on Interbay, sitting on the side of the road. So, one other thing, FEMA does not like fill dirt. The Coastal Action Area Plan, which I believe Councilman Carlson is going to ask to put on the agenda later tonight, the Coastal Action Area Plan says that FEMA does not like fill dirt. They don't like fill dirt. If you put all these on stilts, maybe that'd be a little bit better idea. Maybe if we put some more permeable surface in here. But this is going to cause an environmental disaster.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Carol Ann Bennett, Todd Randolph.
Lisa.
Okay. Let's see what happens. Hi. Michael Fanning. Thank you. Elaine Westbay. Hey, thank you. Randy Westbay. Randy Westbay.
He left.
He left. Okay. Andrew Johnson. Here. Thank you. Astor Portella. Thank you. Ann Pipkins. Don Hester. Thank you. And Mary Newmeyer. Here. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 names for a total of 10 minutes, please.
Hello, please state your name.
My name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm a lifelong resident of South Tampa. It has never been the law that a landowner is entitled to the highest and best use of his land. We believe that both a comprehensive plan and a zoning classification are presumptively valid, and that seeking a change in either has the burden of showing its invalidity. What this community wants is for the developer to accept that they bought a unique, heavily wooded property that has wetlands on it. They want the developer to accept that they knowingly purchased environmentally sensitive land and that it should be developed as environmentally sensitive land. The development limitations are the reason why they paid less than they would have for the same land without these barriers. The community supports development that respects reality, not wishful thinking. If they reduce the number of units, they can preserve the wetland and the trees. If they build the townhomes the way FEMA recommends, with open foundations on piers or a foundation wall, the homeowners will have lower premiums for flood insurance, and it will protect the surrounding area from increased flooding. And without all that fill dirt, they can easily save more trees. Although FEMA allows fill dirt to elevate structures, they don't like it because they know it just pushes the water somewhere else. So instead, they actually give you a discount on your premiums if a building has an open foundation with piers, columns, or a wall with openings, so water can flow under a house instead of pushing it onto the neighbor's property, causing them more damage. The Coastal Area Action Plan, which is almost finished, and expert companies like Clarion, who are rewriting our code, discourage building using slab-on fill, and instead encourage what is called freeboard, which allows water to flow under a building, increasing permeable area. There is no vested right under Florida law to develop property at the maximum density in the land use classification. To hold otherwise would negate the ability of the city to require set-asides for wetlands, stormwater retention, right-of-ways, etc. The city's tree regulations are no different and must be included in due diligence calculations performed by a developer for the potential density of a site. 45 units is a maximum density in R10, not a minimum. 45 units is a ceiling you can't go above. It's not a floor that you can't go below. The only zoning entitlement the owner has by right is RS50. They can pull permits tomorrow and build RS50 homes. That is what they bought. That is what they are actually entitled to. But instead, they speculated on a land deal, hoping to increase their profit by using a PD to circumvent the zoning. They knew there was no guarantee they could exceed the zoning, cut down a grand oak, cut down 80 trees, and fill in a wetland. They just hoped they could. Just because they want to change this land into something they didn't pay for doesn't mean they are entitled to it. It is not our responsibility to make their wishes come true. How much profit they make is not competent and substantial evidence. Under Florida law, a mere economic disadvantage of the owner's mere preference as to what he would like to do with the property is not sufficient to constitute a hardship entitling the owner to a variance. Florida courts find hardship required for a variance only where the property is virtually unusable or incapable of yielding reasonable return when used pursuant to zoning regulations, and hardship must arise unrelated to the self-originated expectations of its owners. This yellow is wetland 1. This green is wetland 2. The EPC was shown these 2 separate wetlands. You know what they weren't shown? That the wetland flows through this property, making it one big wetland. This property belongs to the city and contains one of our wastewater pumping stations. The wastewater department told me this pumping station flooded during a hurricane, but luckily it wasn't so bad that it shut down. But 13 other wastewater stations did shut down when they flooded. And that is in addition to the 66 wastewater stations that stopped pumping because they lost power. The city had to issue warnings asking people to flush their toilets sparingly. Many neighborhoods had poo water in their streets and in their homes. What is going to happen when wetland 1 is filled in and can no longer absorb flooding? What happens when all this area, I lost my face, hang on, is raised to 12 feet with mountains of fill dirt? What will happen if you approve this? We all know what will happen. More water will flow into the wastewater station and it will flood, and this time it might shut down. According to the wastewater department, they must wait until the storm is over and for the streets to be cleared and for floodwaters to recede before they can set up a portable bypass pump. How many hours or days will this station be unable to pump wastewater? Is that smart growth? Every year, trees save Tampa $4.9 million in avoided stormwater runoff. That's annually. In light of the catastrophic flooding we just had, the worst thing the city can do is fill in the wetlands, cut down 80 trees, cut down a grand live oak, bring in giant mountains of fill dirt, and reroute historic water flows. This is why the Friends of the River, the Sierra Club, the Tampa Tree Advocacy Group, and hundreds of residents opposed this. Preserve the wetlands that absorb and filter water. Deny the tree waivers. Follow FEMA recommendations and build on piers instead of fill dirt. In other words, develop this environmentally important property responsibly. They can do all of that by just reducing the number of units. That will provide protection from increased flooding and create community support. That is a perfect example of smart growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Randall. Do I say it fast? Yes, sir, please state your name.
Hi, I'm Todd Randolph, and I'm a resident of Tampa and an active member of the local Sierra Club Tampa Bay group. Motto of Sierra Club is explore, enjoy, protect. The main concerns of this rezoning is the reduced climate resiliency, the loss of tree canopy, but we should consider what is lost in overdeveloping on the river. The river is a jewel of this city. You can immerse yourself in nature along parts of this river. Everyone can. It's a great public space. And we should explore, enjoy, and protect as much as we can of Tampa's special places that offer opportunity to everyone. I implore the council to deny this rezoning in light of our need for enhanced climate resiliency and the need to maintain the special charms of this city that make Tampa such a great place to live. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Rebuttal. You have your rebuttal time, but there was a little bit of time left over there.
We had, I think, 8 hours, I wish. 8 minutes and 23 seconds, but given that we've sort of listened to an hour and a half, if you could extend that to 12 minutes for us, I would greatly appreciate it.
3 minutes, 22 seconds.
5 plus the 3 minutes is 8 minutes and 20 whatever
That's fine,
seconds
yeah.
it is. The clerk can confirm.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the little extra time.
I'm sorry? That's fine. Go ahead, ma'am, please say your name.
Elise Batzel, Stearns Weaver Miller for the record. First thing I want to do is hit transportation. I would ask our transportation consultant, Michael Yates, to come up and talk very quickly about the transportation issues and specifically what the neighbors are observing at the light at Hillsborough and Rome. And we need the presentation. Sorry, if you could pause the time.
Okay, can we bring the presentation up?
He has it on the overhead, but we still need it up
Oh,
at
okay.
some point.
All right.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. A couple of things. One of the comments we received was that the counts were done on Veterans Day. Actually, the counts were done on November 1st. November 11th, the date they saw in the analysis was the day we were doing the analysis. We were actually working on Veterans Day. So the counts were done on November 1st, and then they were seasonally adjusted. So they were done per the requirements of the city requirements. The second part was related to, oh, Elise is going there. Oh.
They just took it off.
There you go. One more. So this is the intersection there at Hillsborough and Rome. And the comments we received related to the queuing at the intersection. Yeah, what they observed is correct, that there is no southbound or northbound left turn signal. And DOT is controlling the green time to Rome to enhance the flow of traffic on Hillsborough. So that's why you're seeing that. The city can work with the DOT to add a protected left turn phase onto Rome and to add additional green time. That would greatly improve the operation. But as we demonstrated in our analysis, it operates at acceptable level of service and all the intersections operate at acceptable level of service.
Michael, is it your professional opinion that what they see backing up is actually an operational issue for the intersection rather than a capacity or anything related to the trips of the development?
That is correct.
Thank you. So much of what we heard tonight falls into two categories. One is permitting. There is so much that we still have to do in permitting with respect to stormwater, wildlife, wetlands, lift stations. None of that is before you tonight, and we still have to go through all of those processes and get all of those approvals. There is also a lot of misinformation that I'm going to try to clarify on the record. I think part of that misinformation came from we had a dialogue with the neighbors until they appealed and we were in legal proceedings with them, and that broke down, and we have modified our plan significantly since what they've seen. The next thing I want to address, stormwater. Again, this is a permitting issue. We cannot build unless we meet the requirements. But just to give you and the neighbors comfort, we have redesigned the entire eastern portion of the site closest to the river. We have now stilted all of the single-family homes along the river. We actually commissioned the flood-resistant development assessment, which is not required, but we did to show staff and the community that the assessment requires. Basically, it goes through and says everywhere that it's appropriate to place fill. We are following that assessment, and you'll see that when we go through permitting. Wildlife, we heard a lot spoken about wildlife. Wildlife is also a permitting issue. It's evaluated by SwiftMud, it's evaluated by the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and we will have to go get an environmental resource permit as part of this application. If there are effects, we either have to work modifications and mitigation measures in our plan, or we cannot build. Wetlands. There's two wetlands on site, as you know. One is a higher quality wetland, which we are preserving. One is a lower quality wetland. That issue is asked and answered. We have gone to Hillsborough County EPC. Many of the neighbors appealed that decision. It has gone through the entire process. And finally, it was completely adjudicated. The wetland impact was upheld by the Hillsborough County EPC without any changes. That permit is already done. That is not an issue that's before you tonight. But I do want to talk about one provision of the comp plan that talks about wetland impacts. The technical experts with the Planning Commission and our expert have said that the proposed PD has been designed consistent with the wetland impact approvals and has listed out 11 different policies of the comprehensive plan that our wetland impact is consistent with. Tree waivers. I have some documentation to submit to the record. Kevin's gonna find where I put it. We went in and reviewed every rezoning that you guys have looked at since, over the last 16 months. 20% of those approvals or those rezonings included tree waivers. Every single one was approved except for Selborne, which we know was 7 grand trees, live oaks being demolished, and that's completely different. Specifically, every single tree waiver request that Natural Resources found consistent has been approved by this board. The tree code is obviously meant for our urban Tampa environment, and it's extremely difficult to meet that if you have a fully wooded site. We have gone above and beyond to try to preserve a multitude of trees, including those 5 of those 6 non-hazardous grand trees, and even saving 1 grand tree that is hazardous, but we want to keep it for the wildlife. I want to quickly go into addressing the specific concerns. So I think there's a lot of misinformation. The Friends of the River, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, he talked about 14 docks. There have not been 14 docks proposed on this site since early 2023. At most, at some point in the future, we may ask for 3 docks for the 3 single-family homes along the river. That's gonna come later. While I appreciate the information about all of these apartment approvals, this is not an apartment approval. This is a townhome approval, and it's a single-family along the river approval. They also focused on policy 3.1.1, but your staff has already said this meets those riverfront policies that were quoted. Several of the neighbors focused on the hardened shoreline. We actually did a number of things, right? We moved all of the retaining walls far back from this 5-foot elevation so that we weren't hardening the shoreline. We added many additional trees and a park space along the river. We stilted each of those single families' homes, all to protect the integrity of that riverfront. We talked a lot about flooding. Again, flooding and stormwater are permitting issues. We have to comply with all of the regulations from SwiftMud and the city of Tampa. And I do want to say really quickly, the study that they keep saying FEMA doesn't like fill, it's true that FEMA doesn't like fill for riverine areas. This is not a riverine area. This is a tidally influenced area, and so that study does not apply to this site at all. Heard a lot of talk about garages and about parking. We meet every requirement of the code. We meet the requirements for garages. We meet the requirements for parking, and we have designed them in accordance with the City of Tampa code. We have spent a considerable amount of time and resources over spanning 4 years. Well, we touched 4 years, about 2.5 years. Every time that staff had a question on this application, Jay Mize and Dan Seafair, who are the developers, said, let's just get another study. Let's just change the plan. Let's address their concern. Every single step of the way, which is why if you go back to that slide with consistency, every single department has found this consistent. We have worked tirelessly. We're exhausted from this project, to be honest, and I think that your staff is exhausted too. And I've been a land use attorney since 1997, and this application has taken longer to get to you than any other application in the city of Tampa that I've ever been involved with. We have really tried on this application, and we feel like we have a thoughtfully designed project that will be a treasure, as the lady who came up here said. You know, this is going to be a future gem. I really appreciate it if you would consider request for approval. And if you have any questions, we have all of our experts, civil engineers, everyone here.
Councilmember Condemn.
Thank you.
Questions? Question, you said park-like setting along the river. Is there river access to the public? Is there river access to the residents, all the other residents within the complex other than the 3 single-family houses?
No, it's a private development.
So it's not really a park, because you said
Well,
park like setting along the river.
ahead.
Sorry, for the record, Kevin Reale, it is a private development, but all of the townhomes will have access to the river. It's not just the single-family homes.
Okay, so it's along the river is open to your entire complex,
To the
not
entire,
just the
yeah, to
3
the entire
single-family
development.
homes?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's not a public park, but all of the residents of the development, townhome or single-family have access, yes.
Okay, and I have a question about, I guess this would be for staff, so, let me make sure I don't have any other access to. Well, I just have one question, and that's, I don't know if you all have watched this council discuss garage widths and lengths over at nauseam, talking about, you said you're exhausted by the project. I'm exhausted by garage widths and lengths. And this is definitely, completely not in compliance with what we've addressed as far as, especially when it comes to PDs, of garage widths and lengths. So I'm kind of shocked that you came before us, because, it was funny because prior to one of the persons from the public that came up here was talking about widths, I actually Googled the width of my car to see whether it would fit in this garage, and I wouldn't be able to get out of my car in that garage. I could not park my car in your garage and get out of my car. And so it's just, I'm just kind of a little surprised that you came before us, knowing how many times we've discussed this.
I didn't hear that particular discussion,
Okay.
but we did design all of these projects in accordance with the code that you were reviewing today under what has been, you absolutely have the ability to go in and change that code. But again, we had no indication from staff that we should change the garage widths
So
or lengths.
do you mind if I pivot to staff about garage widths and?
Jonathan Scott, Mobility Department, we did look at their site plan. The only thing they have to change is showing that they can meet the parking space requirements, so they have to have two 9x18 spaces in the garage. So that's the only thing that we have on the code. Now, we did ask them to show the width.
What about
and
previous
dimensions.
discussions with this council when we spoke about garage widths and lengths, and where was that left? I know we left it with Stephen, but, does anybody recall that conversation, how that?
I think it's coming to us with the most
The new
recent.
code?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a PD, and it is putting an awful lot of development on one parcel, so when you're trying to balance these things out. So I have a question about riprap. Somebody a staff that is a subject matter expert on the river development. Anybody here from staff that understands that? Okay, so we'll just depend on the testimony that was provided. Okay. So, I concur about as concerned I am about the wetlands, I concur that the question is asked and answered, and that's not before us today, because the question was asked and answered by another governing body. So for reference for the people that are provided that testimony tonight, that's something that really can't enter into some of these other issues can enter into our discussion, but from my opinion, that question is asked and answered, and the dock questions, again, is not before us tonight, because that would be for a subsequent meeting, a future discussion. But I'll defer the rest of this to my other council persons.
Councilman Miranda Hurtak.
Thank you, Chairman. Just speaking in general terms, you can address everything to the code. So if the code works perfect, how come a lot of houses flooded in Tampa that were not supposed to be flooded? I don't have an answer. When I look around and I see that the police athletic, that wasn't the first time it flooded. That's attached to the park called Roman Sly, I believe. And they've had some problems also. This property, and I'm going back in history in my mind, I got to stretch it out now to mid-70s or so, over 46 years ago. And I remember the gentleman, I think, who owned this property, or right next to it, there was a club close by there. It was a residential project, and I think it was owned, and I forgot his name, but I remember what he owned. He owned Dixie Neon Sign and Company in Palmetto Beach. And that's the guy who owned that property, I believe, way back. He was a very straight guy, not that anybody is not straight, don't get me wrong. But then I met Eddie Caballero, who was running for office in 1979, and I walked with him down Rome all the way to Sly. And there was a little mom and pop store just a couple of blocks north, and we stopped there, and when that young lady came up, I forgot her name, Linda, I think it was. I don't know if it was your family or something that your father had property right behind it. I know it has nothing to do with zoning, but I remember stopping at a little store just about 2 or 3 blocks, 4 blocks south of Sly. And when you go back and look at all that, and you go back and understand that there's another river shore that's in West Tampa. You go down Ohio Street, you go to the river, and you make a left at River Shore Drive on the west side. I have many friends there. You know what happened between there and MLK? Every one of them flooded. Just to the east, excuse me, just to the west of that, on a high hill, have friends that live there. They had flooding, not like the ones on the river. Those on the river had 3 and 4 feet of flooding. I'm just looking at this, and I know what the code says, and I understand that, but the code is something on paper. We just went through hell on 2 storms, and it wasn't not only the storms, it was 5 inches before the storms, 5 inches between the 2 storms, and 5 inches after the storm. So places in Tampa that never got flooded, that you bought the land, Y, whatever, X, you're never going to flood here. They flooded. I don't know what the code's going to say when it change, but it better have some things that are different, or I will not support it. I'm talking right to myself, really, and saying to myself, you know, everything should have something about solar. Everything's got to try to fix the environment. You're not going to get what you want by doing the things we do normally the way we do it for the last 100 years. It does not work any longer. No, I'm not here to get applauded. I'm not here to get booed. I'm just here to say that I got a job to do tonight, and I got to base it on what I've heard and substantial evidence, and we'll call it whatever you want to call it. But reality is that no one really knows. I can't tell you if there's going to be a storm tomorrow. But I can tell you this. Just look at the whole country. Look at the north. Abnormal amount of snow. Look at the far west. Abnormal amount, not now, not these firefighters. There have been firefighters every month up there, all the way from California to Washington. It doesn't seem like that's possible that those things are happening all at once, but they are. Those are just examples of nature telling us, stop doing what you're doing. It doesn't work. I, for once, am not an environmentalist. I don't say I am. But I challenge the environmental community to have solar, to drive an electric car or a hybrid, to not have grass, and to do different things. You know why I say that? Because this non-environmentalist has done it. So what I'm saying is, we have to work together for the sake of our environment. Without the environment, I don't care what you do. It's not going to work anymore. There are no more tricks to pull. There's no more comprehensive plan that works. It doesn't work any longer. And these are the things that I've been wrestling with way before the storms came. My electric bill is never higher than $27 a month. I'll say that again, $27 a month. It pays for itself.
Half of that's taxes.
It's a difficult thing to have, and I look at these things, all the notes that I've taken. But it comes to not about just building something for yourself. You're building for others that are hurting other individuals that live in the community. And I'm not talking specifically about this. It's a hindrance. The river at the dam, we're supposed to put 15 million gallons a day over the river to help nature feed the creatures that are there. And we're all for that. But when a storm happens, we open the gate because we don't want to get flooding inside, contamination inside the plant where we supply the water. So there could be billions of gallons going to the dam. The water's not gonna go north, it's gonna come south. So what happens then? There's things that you have to look at that you can't put in writing because they never happened. Well, this one's happened. And it's not gonna get any better. When you look at the tall buildings in Miami Beach, already 3 inches down, and they're not built in the turn of the century, last 200 years ago. It was built recently. It's a change that we have to follow if you want to continue calling it survival of the species. It's going to have to change and change quickly, and it's just not going to work the way we're doing things. I'm waiting to listen to see what others have to say, but it's a very difficult thing when I see this type of plan, putting this amount of asphalt, putting this kind of energy, when in West Tampa alone, on McDill and Hyde, it's been fixed 5 times where there's a big dip about from here to Mr. Carlson. I'm not calling Mr. Carlson a big dip, from here to him. I mean, understand that. He's a little bigger than me. So what I'm trying to say, you fix it, because there used to be an old creek called Picaniche Creek that went all the way to the river. When the same thing on McDill and Douglas, we fixed that one 4 times. You fix it, half a year later, a year, you gotta fix it again because the water is rushing underground where we don't see it, heading east to the river. Those things are not normal, but they're there. So whatever happens here happens. I'm sure one way or the other it'll be worked out, maybe. However, let me say one thing. If I have to check out on what council said and wrote for the last 20 years, I knew I had a problem going in. They taught you that at Jefferson High School. So these are the things that I look at. I understand you come from a great law firm with a great history. Stearns, Weaver, Meal is top of the line. But that doesn't mean that everything happens that should not happen or shouldn't happen that does happen. It's very confusing to be up here and listen to everything you have to take in from so many views and operations and figure out what's right and what's wrong. Because instantaneously, you may be wrong, or you may be right. These are cases that we're hearing more and more about, and this council is going to have to, when this rewriting of the laws and the rules and regulations, I tell you right now, if it doesn't have a solar part in it, I'm not going to vote for it. I'm not going to vote for anything that's environmentally not acceptable. And I'm saying it now. I don't care what happens to me. I just want to leave to say, you know what, we've done the best we can to solve the problem. And sometimes it may not be good enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember, oh, yes.
A couple of things, if I can circle back, Council. There's been a lot of discussion about criteria, about how you make this decision.
Can't we do that, can't we talk about that after we close?
No, because I might want to give
Okay.
the applicant an opportunity to rebut
Okay.
or address some things before we close this hearing. Just for the record, Council, as we've discussed before on prior occasions, relative to PDs or planned developments, I've provided you with Section 27-136, the purpose of the plan development PD code criteria. There are 9 items for you to review. On the reverse side, for the plan development PD code criteria, you'll notice there are 2 waivers. I'm going to direct your attention to the staff report. Those state what those waivers are. And those waivers have to meet the criteria of Section 27-139. I'm also going to inquire of the applicant's representative, Ms. Batzel. A revision sheet was provided to City Council this evening. And it is revised and it's dated 1/16/2025. And it has, I believe, about 24 bullet points. And the question is, have you reviewed these? Will you be able to do these between first and second reading and be in compliance by the time of second reading?
again, for the record, Kevin Morelli, yes, sir, all those changes are actually already incorporated because we were working with staff up until this. They just have to be submitted formally between first and second reading, except for the revision that was lined out for council today, where there was a discrepancy basically a typo where the height was listed incorrectly on the second page, and that will be corrected. So that's the only new change we have to make, and we can easily do that between first and second reading.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Counselor. And that being the case, Counsel, I am going to ask that you base your decision on the competent substantial evidence in the record, and your staff has reviewed and used these same criteria in the staff report. They have made certain findings. If you have certain findings, then I suggest you make findings of fact based on the evidence that you have heard. Apply it to the criteria. If you want to adopt the staff's reports, you certainly may say that and do so. But my suggestion is you review these and apply the competent substantial evidence in the record as you find it to be when you make whatever determination you make in this case. Thank you.
Motion to close.
Motion to close for Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor?
Aye. Okay.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. Well, the first thing that is clear is that we, sitting as council, need to revisit the comp plan and look at the coastal high hazard area again. We have a lot of things we need to look at after these storms. But there's a ton of evidence tonight. But to me, this boils down to two sentences that were in the Planning Commission report. The average density of this portion of North Rome Avenue, excluding the subject site between West Hannah Avenue and West Burke Street, is developed at 3.38 units per acre based on 8 sample sizes. The proposed density through REZ 24-99 of 9.65 units per acre. That is almost 3 times the units per acre as is currently in the neighborhood, in the area. I think someone used one of the things of too much 10 pounds of sugar in a 5-pound bag. They used a different one this time, which I hadn't heard before and I thought was interesting, but I had forgotten it. So I move to deny REZ 24-99 for the property located at 6111 North Rome Avenue due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development, as conditioned and shown on the site plan, is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. Based on the written record, so I'm going to cite section 27-136, subsection 1. This does not promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure with careful consideration of potential adverse impacts to on-site natural elements, surrounding impacted neighborhood, and cultural resources. Also, subsection 5, which encourages flexible land development that will maximize the preservation of natural resources, such as streams, lakes, floodplains, groundwater, wooded areas, uplands, and areas of unusual beauty or importance to the natural ecosystem, open space, green space, and historical and archaeological sites. And subsection 6, it does not promote and encourage development where appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding impacted neighborhoods, built environment, and existing geography.
I would add,
Can I get a second first?
I'll get a second.
Okay.
Get a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to add, the waivers are not, section 27-139, subsection 4, subsection 3, the waiver is not in harmony with and does not serve the general intent and purpose of chapter 27. Thank you.
All right, we have a second from Councilmember Clendenin.
Yes. You know, I think that stands for itself. I'm good.
Okay, roll call.
Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
I'm going to vote no, and I want to, just say why I think it's important for me to do that in this instance. When things are consistent with both planning commission and city staff. That shows a lot of evidence that the applicant has worked hard to get to that point, despite that the residents, feel differently. And I understand your points as well, which does make it difficult, but there is a way to get to yes in this instance as well, if the motion was made in that direction. But at this time, I'm not going to support, the motion to say yes because of the consistency of both city staff and the planning commission. There have been times when inconsistent has been evidence in the planning commission and or city staff reports in smaller urban communities, and they will build those buildings. They will approve those areas of development in spaces where there are single-family lots, and now they can build multifamily, multifamily properties in spaces that clearly there are no other properties that look like that. But the difference is we don't have 100 members of the community coming down here to say differently. We may have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. And the staff did find it inconsistent, but yet we'll support it and go ahead on and build it. So in this instance, because staff found it consistent, and you can clearly see that the applicant put in the work, even though you don't like it, it is, and it could get to a yes, just like it got to a no. Unfortunately, it appears as though it won't go in the applicant's favor today, but I'm going to say no.
Vera?
Can you guys hear?
We can hear you. It's a little delayed, but
Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Just making sure. Yeah, no, yes, thank you. Well, then, very briefly, I'm also going to vote no. I'm not going to reiterate the points that were made by Councilwoman Henderson, just to say I'll describe it this way and again, I appreciate other people's opinions and sentiments. The way that I see it, I would be by voting yes, writing a check that I think is going to bounce later on. So I will respectfully vote no. Thank you.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion carries with Henderson and Vera voting no.
Thank you very much. We are in a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Here.
Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Viera. Moran. Miranda. Maniscalco.
Here.
We have physical quorum.
Is- All right, item number 8.
Sam Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 8 is REZ 24-112, a request to rezone 509 South Hyde Park Avenue from planned development to planned development for office business professional and office medical. I'll turn it over to Danny now.
Danny Collins, with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our next case in the Central Tampa Planning District, and specifically it's in the Hyde Park, Spanish Creek Town neighborhood. It's in Evacuation Zone A. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding property. You'll see the subject sites at the the northwest corner of West De Leon Street and South Hyde Park Avenue. The surrounding area contains a mixture of uses. There are some office uses. There are some light commercial uses. There's also some residential uses within the vicinity of the area. This is the Bank of Tampa building here, and this is a place of religious assembly over here, just south of South Bazile Street. Subject site, it's recognized under the residential 50 future land use designation, which is a medium to high density residential land use category, allows development up to 50 dwelling units per acre. It also allows consideration of limited serving commercial uses, subject to meeting commercial locational criteria. The medical office uses can be considered within the R50 designation if the site meets locational criteria. The site was rezoned in 2005 or as a planned development for residential office uses, which meets this criteria. The applicant proposes no changes to the structure's square footage, and the current floor area ratio of 0.26 is well below the FAR that can be considered in the R50 category. Given that the site is currently being used for office uses and considering the presence of nearby non-residential uses, Planning Commission staff has determined that the request would not alter the character of the surrounding area. The comprehensive plan seeks to ensure that redevelopment projects within urban villages focus on pedestrian traffic and connectivity to nearby transit. It also emphasizes minimizing vehicular and pedestrian conflicts by ensuring that building entrances connect to city sidewalks. Sidewalks are provided along all adjacent public rights-of-way, and a crosswalk is proposed to connect the building entrances to the sidewalk along Hyde Park Avenue. If feasible, Planning Commission staff would recommend improving connectivity from the parking area located west of the site to the building's entrances. In conclusion, the proposed PD is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area and is consistent with the uses and intensity that can be considered under the R50 designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Yes, sir?
Sam Thomas Development Coordination. We'll get started with our aerial map. You can see the subject site outlined in red here. It's along South Hyde Park Avenue, West Leon Street, and South Cedar Avenue. As mentioned earlier, the site is zoned PD. That PD is currently approved for residential multifamily, single-family attached, semi-detached, detached, and then it's also approved for resident RR1 uses should the site not have been developed, which is how you have office uses on the site currently. Just north of the subject site, you have an office use. To the south of the subject site, you have a PD approved for multifamily. You have a PD approved here for office and medical offices, the TGH Transplant Center. You have another planned development here that is for multifamily. Across the street to the east, you have a place of religious assembly. To the north, you have some RM35 zoning for some multifamily as well. You have another PD for an office building here. And you do also, I want to point out that you have some local and national historic landmarks. Those are indicated by the blue and red dots. And then lastly, the site is within the local historic district, the Hyde Park Local Historic District. We'll move on to the site plan. So here is a site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant proposes to retain the existing structure and layout of the site while adding the use of medical office. The existing structure is 13,804 square feet at a 0.27 FAR and is one story. The maximum proposed building height is 110 feet. Ingress and egress is provided from South Hyde Park Avenue, here, and then along West DeLeon Street here, along with South Cedar Avenue here. There are existing sidewalks along the entire perimeter of this site, along South Hyde Park, DeLeon, and Cedar. These sidewalks range from 5 to 6 feet. All existing trees and green space on site will be preserved. The existing green space on the site is 10,509 square feet, which is more than double the required green space. And then lastly, to touch on the Planning Commission's request about adding additional connectivity from the parking in the rear to the subject site. The applicant has agreed between first and second reading to add additional crosswalks in this area to help with pedestrian connections from this parking area to the entrance back here. They've also have a crosswalk that is proposed here to add pedestrian connections from the sidewalk to the main entrance along South Hyde Park Avenue. And then lastly, this request did go before the Architectural Review Commission on January 6th. The Architectural Review Commission voted to recommend approval with the consideration that parking is being requested by waiver from 83 to 50 spaces in an already congested area. And Ron Vila with Historic Preservation is here to answer any questions regarding that recommendation from the Architectural Review Commission. So here are,
I have a question for you
Yes, ma'am.
before we go further. You said, how many stories is this building?
the structure is currently 1 story.
That's what I thought. Did you say 110 feet?
Yes, I did say
Can
100.
you explain that?
So the original PD that is on the site was currently approved for 110 feet. And the applicant, I believe, wanted to carry that over here and put 110 feet, but their proposed FAR is 0.27. The proposed maximum square footage of the building is 13,804 square feet. So even if this building was to be demolished and rebuilt with the uses being approved, I'm not quite sure how that would work at 110
They'd have to
feet.
do another PD, basically.
Yes.
Okay, so, but, okay, that's just,
I would definitely love for the applicant to speak more. to
okay,
that.
yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I heard you
Yeah.
right.
All right, we'll go ahead to the pictures provided by the applicant. So this is your east elevation, north, west, and south. And now we'll go into some pictures that I took of the site. So this is looking west across the street. This is South Hyde Park Avenue. So this is looking at the front of the building. That's where that crosswalk will be added from the sidewalk to the front entrance. Now we're looking south. This is the bridge that takes you to Davis Island. This is the TGH transplant building. This is the multifamily for the PD that I mentioned, and this is the church here. Across to, South Hyde Park Avenue, and now we're along West DeLeon Street. This is the subject site here, the multifamily that's across the street. Looking south on DeLeon at that planned development that is approved for multifamily. Subject site would be behind me here in the picture. Now we're looking north across West DeLeon at the subject site here. The other PD that was mentioned for multifamily is located there. Moving a little bit farther down DeLeon, West DeLeon, the subject site is here, then that multifamily there. Then across the street you have another office building. Now we're looking back east towards South Hyde Park Avenue and West DeLeon intersection. The subject site is located here. And then you have your bridge to Davis Islands. We're moving internal to the site, so this is that that drive aisle on the western side of the subject site. So this is the back of the building, and then the PD that had been mentioned, and then you have some more office there. Moving further internal, looking north at the subject site. This is looking at that parking lot to the west of the subject site. South Cedar is over here. You can see an office building here, and then some multifamily in the distance that's in that RM zoning district. This is looking west. This is South Cedar here. Now we're on South Cedar Avenue. We're looking south on South Cedar. So the subject site would be here. This is an office building. Looking north on South Cedar. Subject site is here. You can see some office to the north of it. Now we're looking back east at the subject site here. Moving back further through the site, so this is looking north. This is where that drive aisle curves back around and takes you back behind the building. Looking back south towards DeLeon now. Going on around back to the front of the building, looking east towards South Hyde Park Avenue again. Further back around. And now we're back on South Hyde Park Avenue, looking north. Some multifamily here, and this is the office building north of the subject site. Looking south, at the subject site here, South Hyde Park Avenue, you have the church that's across the street. Looking back north up Hyde Park Avenue at the subject site. And then looking across the street at the church to the east of the subject site. I'll put the site plan back up now. Development review and compliance staff have found the request to be inconsistent. See the findings from transportation. Notwithstanding staff's finding of inconsistency, should it be the pleasure of council to approve the waivers as identified in the report and the application, modifications to the site plan as shown on the revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. These revisions will not resolve the issues of staff's finding of inconsistency. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Applicant?
Good evening, Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. Honored to be here on behalf of Tampa General Hospital. And with me tonight, I've got Addie Clark and then LJ Tunis with Tampa General Hospital and Randy Cohen, who's our traffic consultant. And if I could, we'll be brief. We had a unanimous recommendation from the ARC with the mention of the concern of the traffic and the parking waiver, but which Randy is here to cover, but I wanted to touch on just a few items. One, from a project area standpoint, just to kind of give you the lay of the land of where this sits within TGH's holdings. Obviously, you've got their main campus on Davis Island, and then up in the, call it northwest area of this slide, is the Furman property, which is now their campus there. And then more in the center, just north of the crosstown, is their corporate center site, which they recently, 3-4 years ago, completed the 3,000 space garage. And then obviously this is the site with the blow up to the right. And next, this is the existing structure. And Councilwoman Hurtak, to your point, I'll explain what happened here. Currently operates as the Medi Weight Loss Clinic, but in 2005, it was rezoned for a tower consisting of 59 residential uses. And so this building, which TGH is going to keep for now, is incongruent with that 2005 rezoning. So really what we're doing is blessing something that already exists, and then secondly, adding medical office as the use. As you can see from Sam's slides, this is probably the shortest structure in this whole area. And with that R1 approved, which is a site plan controlled district, at some point, the hope is TGH redevelops this property, and so we didn't want to lose that right. But for now, all we're asking for is this, and you were absolutely correct, that in order to change that and add any density, that we're gonna have to come back in front of you to rezone again. So a little bit of a confusing situation, but that is what it is. And then lastly, what is it that we're doing? We're adaptively reusing this existing structure, not adding any square footage at all to it. It's a 13,804 square foot building. Again, no additions. And then finally, we are asking for the medical office use in order to fulfill the need for TGH, which LJ will get into. With that, I'll turn things over to Addie. Again, we want to be efficient with your time. There were some concerns, which we were surprised at ARC. We had sent out 2 notices, posted the property, hadn't heard anything. At that night, 6 or 8 people showed up to speak. We immediately met with them last week. Our hearing in front of the ARC was a week and a half ago. I had a meeting with them and honored that HHPI has not taken a position at all. And then Pat Chimino, who is the chair of HHP&A's Land Use Committee, today wrote a nice letter still stating some concerns, but expressing that they do not have or they are not opposed to this project. It's in your record, but I'm happy to submit another copy of that. That, Addie?
Good evening, Addie Clark, 400 North Ashley Drive. So as mentioned, we wanted to thank staff for their review and happy to report that we had findings of consistency among all the departments except for one, that being transportation due to the 2 waivers that we do have. But before getting into those waivers, just want to note that sustainable redevelopment through adaptive reuse is encouraged by the comprehensive plan, even though, as we know, adaptively reusing a building and a site in its layout may require a few potential waivers, which again are both transportation related. There are no natural resource or tree waivers for this plan. There was a tree retention waiver back in the 2005 plan. However, we are not requesting to bring that forward with us. So the first waiver is based on the existing site layout, which has the portion of the parking lot shaded in yellow having 20-foot drive aisles compared to the 24-foot drive aisles required by code. However, this would not cause any circulation issues. This is an existing condition today. And then the next waiver is to allow the existing 50 parking spaces to remain. A detailed parking waiver justification study, as well as a separate traffic study, are included in the record. And again, Randy Cohen is here to answer any detailed questions. But we did want to note that this medical office that TGH has planned will only have a few providers and fewer patients than a typical medical office, thereby lowering the parking demand. And there are off-site parking agreements in place, but ultimately TGH is prepared and has programmed this appointment-only medical office to operate appropriately and efficiently in this location.
With that, I just wanted to introduce LJ Tunis of TGH to talk more about what TGH's intentions are for this property.
Thank you, Truett. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For nearly 100 years, Tampa General Hospital has proudly served the people of the city of Tampa. We look forward to serving for another 100 years and beyond.
Sir, let me just stop you a second. Were you sworn in?
He was.
Believe so.
He was? Okay, and what was your name?
LJ Tunis, 1 Tampa General Circle, Director of Real Estate.
Sorry for the interruption.
For Tampa General. I'm sorry. So with our investment in our new Tadeja inpatient tower, and after ranking #1 in the country for transplants in 2024, we did over 884 transplants. It's critical that we create more synergy on our campus, prioritizing those services that need acute or hospital-based care versus those services that can be provided in a more convenient outpatient location. This property allows us to bring those services off the island but near the campus to keep those synergies intact. As you were shown, as based on our existing structure, we're keeping all of the existing improvements. We plan on remodeling the interior of the premises. Our programming includes appointment-based, solely appointment-based, by appointment only, reducing parking and traffic. We also plan on having multiple imaging modalities, which take up a lot of room in the improvements. We plan on opening and being open regular business hours Monday through Friday. And we also met with the Spanish Town Creek Civic Association on Monday, as well as others last week, to satisfy concerns regarding our application and parking. We ask for your support and approval of our request this evening. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Anything further?
That's all we have for now. Again, parking was the main issue. I think what LJ, the intent of what he was saying is how unique this use is for TGH and how important it is. But Randy's here, and as Addie mentioned, we've got the justifications in the record, but stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on this item, item number 8? And were you both sworn in?
I have not.
All right, if you're going to speak on this case or the next case this evening and you were not sworn in, please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in. All right, come on up and please state your name.
Hi, my name is Joe Hafner.
Hafner Architects have an office in the building to the north on 417 South Hyde Park Avenue. 4.5 hours ago, I did have 2 more minutes. But I'll try to get through this if I can. There's a lot of funny math going on this, and I don't know why Tampa General gets an exception from other people, but that come up. Okay. If you read about the intent of the access and parking, it's the intent of the article, and this is a zoning code, to encourage the appropriate location of off-street parking and off-street loading to provide the needs and levels of service to the city, to avoid undue congestion on the streets. This project is going to create congestion on the streets. This one here, and just part of this, it says that any use of building or land that is enlarged by 500 square feet or 5%, whichever is greater, which does not apply to this case, or increased in intensity and any other use of change of use, which is what is going on here. Off-street parking space for automobiles in accordance with the requirements remain herein.
Can you flip that over, sir? We have to,
I'm
you have to have
sorry.
it face up. Thank you. You read it, but I just wanted to let you know.
Okay?
Yeah.
Can I keep going?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, next thing I have here then is all the calculations they've been doing are based on net inside square foot area, and the code requires you, as it states in the code, and all these guys know that you have to use gross square footage. It's a minor thing, but it's 2 more parking spaces, so the number really goes from 83 to 85 for what's required on this property for the use that they're asking for. The next page here is from the zoning code, and it gives the uses that's required for the parking. And when this building was built back in 1980, it was for a CPA firm, and the difference between the 3.3 and what's required now is 6.0 is that, you know, in normal office buildings, people go to work in the morning, they stay there all day, and they leave at night. Medical uses have a turnover of people. Patients see doctors every 12 to 15 minutes. They're putting an imaging center in that's going to schedule, everything's scheduled, but it's going to be a 20-minute schedule all day long, and you're taking 40 parking spaces probably and putting them on the street every hour for a turnover in the population of people going in and out of that building. And that's a big difference from a normal office building.
Thank you very much, sir. Your time is up.
Okay, can I close with one other thing? A couple things that make me here, I don't really, I'm a tenant, I can move out of this building I'm in any time, but if you approve this, you're approving the zoning for the life of the building. So once you approve the medical use, any type of medical use can go in that building, which will have a different parking ratio from 6 spaces even up to 7.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, and thank you for your time tonight. I know it's late.
Please say your name.
My name is Teresa Wajda. I actually live at 413 West De Leon, so I am the property right next door, live there 24/7. So my concern is a couple-fold. I know medical offices. I also just heard the word imaging. So if you think about imaging, it's very heavy-weighted equipment. So is this structure conducive of holding that type of equipment? Does it have the structural integrity, the electricity, the electrical currents that it will need? Does it also have the cooling system? So does that mean there will be generators outside that will again take up more parking? Is there any type of fueling system that must be required for emergencies, et cetera? Have we taken that into consideration, which again will take up more space? When we come to parking, during the ARC committee meeting a couple weeks ago, they mentioned they had approval to use the church parking. I did hear a couple of you mention you're very familiar with this building. I assume you're also familiar with the church. If you go by that church, there are kind of 2 lots. One, the part that's on South Cedar. If you drive by that today, there are 2 signs that say tow-away zones. If you go past and you make the left on De Leon, they also have a back parking lot. That parking lot currently has a sign that says TGH employees and contractors. If you drive by there at any time of the day between normal business hours, that parking lot is already full with people parking there. So my question is the church going to allow them to use that front parking lot, or is that still going to remain as tow-away zone? I also ask, when you go around to the back of the building, the current building has a employee entrance only. Is that back entrance, since you're proposing those spots in the back will be for patients to park at, will that now become a door that is conducive for patients to enter? Because otherwise you're having patients go all the way around the building. Living on De Leon, there's limited parking already for the people that live there. We do park on that street. We need the extra requirements for parking. And then if you come down South Cedar Street, you will also notice, I believe there's 13 parking spots. If you come in, you pull out, you have 3 options. You're going to either make a left on De Leon, we already talked about that parking, you go over the bridge, not the option, or you're going to make a right on De Leon. Again, street parking, or your patients are going to have to go around the building. I'm going to ask for extensive communication to the patients or anybody that needs to park in that back parking lot. They're not going to know it's there. So in conclusion, I'm just asking you to consider these different things, ensure we have a plan. One last thing. The crosswalk that is in front, I really hope that TGH will work with the city, maybe put a light there. I cross that road every single day. Nobody stops. So for the safety of the patients and pedestrians and the children that walk to school, I'd love to see that taken a step further too. Thank you. I appreciate your time tonight.
Yes, ma'am, thank you very much. Is there anybody else that's here to speak? Do you have rebuttal? Sir.
Sure, again, main concern, which Randy will address, is parking. I did want to address the square footage discrepancy. We just pulled up property appraiser. The difference there is the additional square footage in the gross is for canopies, and I think your staff would acknowledge that does not count towards the FAR. So the number that we're using, the 13,804, is accurate. We do admit that TGH is a unique user. They're uniquely situated. This rezoning does travel with the land, fully acknowledge that. One of the things that we did is we looked back at Tico's properties through their records and to see if they've ever sold anything, and they could not come up with a single instance of that. So I do think they're uniquely suited there. Secondly, even taking that issue aside, our choice, because of your code, the way it's stated, is we get to choose between medical office and medical clinic. Medical clinic is far more intensive, basically doubles the parking requirement. And so as a self-regulator, we chose medical office. That's what we're going to be bound to. If we were to step beyond that, then we've got a code enforcement issue. On the crosswalk issue, absolutely happy to work with the neighbors in the city on that. And then also, she wanted to make sure that the patient entrance would be internal. And the answer to that is yes, and happy to show that on the site plan. And with that, I'll let Randy speak, but Mr. Carlson might have a question.
Can I just ask a
Yes,
quick?
sir.
Could you just address the concern about the generators? Would it be possible that generators or other equipment would be put outside the building that would cause noise or other kinds of pollution?
Let me, perfect segue for you, Randy.
Randy Cohen, 4121 West Cypress Street. I have been sworn. There are no generators associated with this particular facility. It typically will operate 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. It's a by appointment only facility, therefore there's no need for a generator because there's no emergency care that happens in this facility. Want to go ahead and talk about parking and use the overhead? Okay, great. Medical office, as you've heard, is a little over 13, almost 14,000 square feet. We have atypical equipment in this particular facility. You go to your doctor's office, you'll never do an MRI at a doctor's office. You'll never do a CT scan at a doctor's office. You might do an ultrasound of a lower quality at a doctor's office. You won't do digital x-rays. Those are all the things that are being provided in this building. In its rehab, TGH is spending substantial money to put this equipment in this building. This equipment is not for the general public. It is for the patients of this particular facility, which is a concierge service. So they do not generate traffic in and of themselves. They do not generate parking in and of themselves. So when you deduct the area for this equipment, about 3,500 square feet, you come to a little more than 10,000 square feet of actual medical office. As I've talked many times in the past, we've done substantial studies, updated the city's parking study and their criteria for medical office. It was done a little over 20 years ago. We used the same cohort study for 15 cities and counties that the city used 20 years ago, found that the new parking ratio at this point for that same cohort is 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet. Recently, council saw it fit to adopt 5 spaces per 1,000 square feet for medical office in the West Shore overlay. So it's becoming a standard. When you apply that to the little over 10,000 square feet of actual medical office that would attract patients, you come up with a demand of 52 spaces. We're providing 50 spaces. The actual data for the parking is 4.6 spaces, but as the city rounded up to get to 6 spaces from 5.6, I rounded up from 4.6 to 5. So in fact, we are very close of not meeting what is the actual parking standard of today, not 20 years ago. Medical has changed very substantially. And so with that, I'll be able to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Carl.
The concern about the particular parking needs and turnover of customers at this kind of medical facility versus others, do you have any data on that?
Well, this particular facility, well, let's go back. A normal medical facility of 13,000 square feet might have as many as 40 patients an hour. This particular facility is limited in its size, limited in its population. It will have no more than 14 patients at any one time. The calculations that TGH did for their demand for parking before they decided to purchase this property is their demand is 47 spaces. We're providing 50. This is not your typical medical office, but unfortunately your zoning code only provides for medical clinic, medical office, and hospital. So we have to fit into one of those categories. That's why we're a medical office.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Is there anything further to add, sir?
No, that's it. But again, happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Do I have? Motion to close from Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Councilmember Carlson, would you like to read this?
I would not like to read it. I just want to make a comment real fast. I'll support this at first reading. The only thing I'd ask is maybe, Trude, if you could meet with some of the neighbors. I know you said you met with some of the neighborhood associations. I didn't hear what Spanish Town Creek said, but if you, I just want to make sure that we're not missing something in this. But in particular, there was a concern about how TGH might communicate with people to make sure they're not going around and parking in the wrong place. So maybe you all could address some of that between first and second reading, and then we'll see. I think we already closed, so you can't say anything, but
Sure.
just if you all could do that, I'll support it, but I'd rather not make the motion.
Okay.
And then we'll see what happens at second reading.
Councilmember Miranda, would you like to read this? Thank you.
Item number 8, file REZ 24-112. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property general vicinity 509 Hyde Park Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning districts classification PD plan development to PD plan development office, business, professional, and medical, providing an effective date.
Second.
And the revision sheet.
And with the revision sheet.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Carlson?
Yes.
Hurtak?
Yes.
Clendenin?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Viera?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Second hearing and adoption will be held on February 6, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Last item of the night, item number 9.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 9 is REZ 2371, a request to rezone 5106 East 21st Avenue from RM16 and PD to CI for commercial intensive uses. This item was originally scheduled for the November 14th hearing. The applicant was not present, therefore the case was continued to tonight. I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please state your name. Go ahead.
Our last item for today, or Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff, our last item for today is in the Central Tampa Planning District, specifically in the East Tampa Urban Village. The subject site is within Evacuation Zone E. This is the subject site here. It's just northwest of Interstate 4. This is East 21st Avenue here. There are primarily commercial uses that surround the subject site. We have a hotel here. This is a medical office, and this is an auto auction lot. Here is the adopted future land use map. As you can see, the subject site and the surrounding properties are recognized under the Community Commercial 35 designation, which allows for a range of uses, anything from residential to commercial intensive type uses. On the south side of the interstate, we have parcels recognized under the residential 10 designation. The proposed commercial intensive zoning district can be considered within the Community Commercial 35 designation. The surrounding area contains a mixture of uses, including light and heavy commercial, as well as light industrial. The site is located to the west of Interstate 4, with properties to the north, south, and west zoned commercial intensive. Given the presence of CI zoning in the vicinity and the comprehensive plan policies that promote compatibility, the Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed CI district aligns with the existing development pattern in the area. The rezoning will facilitate infill development, promoting an efficient and economically sustainable development pattern that supports the creation of additional jobs and employment opportunities in the area. As the site is within an urban village and mixed use center and corridor, the applicant should ensure that any future development of the site addresses the applicable design guidelines in the plan during the site plan and permitting process. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'll turn it over to the city.
Thank you very much.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. We'll start with an aerial view of the site. You can see the site outlined in red. Right here is 21st Avenue, and right here is Interstate 4, and this is North 50th Street. The development pattern is similar to the east-west and southwest with commercial intensive uses. North of the site is zoned PD. In 1999, file number Z9912 with an existing vehicle sales use. Here's a look at the survey. You can see the property line here. This is Interstate 4. This is East 21st Avenue. This is North 51st Street. And you can see the existing building residence on site there. Given the mix of uses in the immediate area surrounding the subject block, the requested CI zoning provides an appropriate transition from the current residential use that is surrounded by commercial intensive uses to the south, east, and west, and the commercial and industrial uses located further west and south. The uses allowed in the CI zoning designation are consistent with the existing uses surrounding the site and built environment. The site is located in the East Tampa overlay and must comply with code at the time of permitting. Since this is a Euclidean rezoning, there is no site plan or elevations. I'll show a few photos of the site. This is looking into the site, and there is that existing residence. This is looking at that north at that medical facility. This is looking west. This is 21st. This is the hotel. This is looking at the hotel and I-4 right there. And this is showing the end of 21st there, which is looking east of the site. Development coordination and compliance staff review the application and find the request to be consistent with the land development code. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? I see none. Yes, sir, come on up and state your name.
Good evening, Brian Sykes. Yes, I've been sworn in, 4923 West Cypress Street, Tampa, Florida, 33607. I'll keep it very brief. First, want to apologize for wasting council's time at the last hearing that we had to get continued from. There was a misunderstanding on our part with respect to when this hearing was scheduled after the hurricanes, but we appreciate the opportunity to be heard tonight. Appreciate staff's review of this. Staff support, as they've said, they found it to be consistent not only from a zoning perspective and surrounding uses, but also with the comprehensive plan designation. It is kind of an unusual property. It is a residential structure. Has not been lived in, to my knowledge, at least for 10+ years when my client acquired it. And my client intends to, more than likely, demo the existing structure, bring in a new structure, and use it for offices. They have an environmental services company. So nothing further. I know you've had a very long night, so if there's any questions, I'm available to answer.
Any questions? I mean, I can be here all night. Well, we're already
It's been a
here.
long one.
Yes. We have a motion closed from Councilman. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak? You're a reporter with the Times, correct? Okay. So
You can still speak.
All right, there's nobody registered, so motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Carlson, would you like to read the last item of the night, number 9?
I move number 9, file number REZ 23-71. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5106 East 21st Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, PD plan development, and RM 16 residential multifamily to CL, sorry, I scratched on this, CI commercial intensive, providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Henderson. Roll call vote, please.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Clendenin,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Viera,
Here, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I got booted off of the system and I got back in, but I was listening on YouTube. So yes. Thanks. This
Maria
terrible problem.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Second hearing and adoption will be held on February 6, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to new business. First, I just want to thank my aide, Lisa, for all her hard work tonight and keeping everything organized.
Lisa,
That's what you wanted me to
you
say,
were
right?
awesome.
Yes.
Super. Right on it.
That was not easy, but I have nothing really for new business except to add, before I go to everyone, I don't know if you've spoken to Abby Feely regarding adding a couple of items to catch up since we are behind. So we have several dates that we can choose from. Mr. Shelby, go
If I
ahead.
can. The memo dated January 8th from LaShawn through Abby Feely regarding scheduling to catch up for the quasi-judicial rezoning. Their recommendation is to use the night where you have special use 2 cases. There is no scheduled alcoholic beverage hearing in March due to spring break, so they're suggesting to schedule quasi-judicial hearings on the alcoholic beverage public hearing dates of February 27th, 2025, and April 24th, 2025, if that's council's pleasure. That'll catch you up without having to add additional meetings to the calendar.
That's fine with me. If anybody else has any concern or anything, I think it works. All right. So we have a motion to, yes.
And I believe LaShawn, I don't know if is LaShawn on that? Does she have anything she needs to add? No?
No? No.
We're good.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept that by Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second?
Sam, you want to say something?
Second from
LaShawn reached out to me, same time as development coordination, LaShawn reached out to me and said her audio wasn't working and asked me to be here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
I'm going to submit their memo
All right.
for the record.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. All right, so those, huh? The second was Councilmember Miranda. Clendenin and Miranda. All right, so we will add those cases to the nights that are already existing, so we don't have to add any extra days, and we'll catch up. Councilman Miranda, do you have anything to add? Or, I'm sorry, any new business? No. Councilman Vieira, do you have new business?
Yes, if I may, just really quick. You know, this one I'll do when I'm in person because it's a lot of talking, et cetera. Two really quick ones, if I may. I wanted for city staff in a written report to update us on the status of a plaque in Ybor City for the late Officer Morris Lopez. And that can be in the first week of March at Tampa City Council, if I may.
All right, let me get a date real, well, we have whatever the first week in March is, we have a motion from council member, it's actually March 6th. Councilmember Vieira with the motion,
Yes.
second Councilmember Miranda, all in favor? Aye. Is that a written report,
Thank you.
sir?
And then, so, if I may, thank you, sir. And-
Is that
and I was
written
gonna
report?
Talk about,
Was that a written
Can
report,
you hear me?
Councilman Vieira?
oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
we'll have a written report on March 6th. Yes, sir, go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, tech issues all night, sick family member here. I was going to motion for staff to look at the history of the stormwater department, how it came to be housed under mobility in March. I want to make some inquiries and talk some to the mobility and stormwater folks before doing that, just to make sure that I have all my information right, et cetera. I don't want to pile on that issue, so to speak. I will be motioning to have a discussion on that, but I want to have a discussion or two with the administration before doing that. So I'll probably come back on that next week or the week thereafter. And I'd rather do that in person in case if there's a discussion on it, because I'd like to be there in person. I didn't anticipate not being there live tonight. But other than that, thank you, council.
Thank you very much, sir. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to motion that I present a commendation to Deputy Chief Calvin Johnson, who's retiring, off-site tomorrow.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, Hurtak with the second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes, ma'am, anything else?
Yeah, and the next one is maybe a question for our attorney. I would like an update on the Cigar Cathedral, and I don't know if it should be, if it's the update regarding their code enforcement issues in a memo. Is that how I can do that? What do you recommend for me?
You could ask for a written update, if that's what you want.
Okay, a written update, so that means I could get that immediately because they would actually know that information.
Well, immediate, February 6th would be the closest.
Yeah, February 6th is the closest. Okay, that's what I want. An update.
With regard to, now, is it code and permitting or just code?
Coding and permitting because they, built a structure without.
There were outstanding issues and you'd like to have an update.
Yeah. I've seen some activity on their patio and I just, it just made me think about it. It was about a year, around this time last year, so.
Okay, thank you.
So an update from permitting and code enforcement regarding
Cathedral cigars?
Grand,
Grand Cathedral Cigars at whatever address
yes.
that is. Thank you.
In writing by February 6th.
On the February 6th agenda.
On the February 6th agenda.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Henderson, second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, anything else?
That's it, sir. Thank
Yes, sir.
Yes. I have two motions from the Planning Commission. A request by Planning Commission to set an adoption hearing for TA CPA 2420 on April 24th, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. and direct the legal department to provide the city clerk with the form of notice for advertising the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, anything else, sir?
Yes, a request by the Planning Commission to remove TA CPA 2413 and TA CPA 2416 from the January 30th, 2025 5:01 adoption public hearings.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know several of you have known, we've gotten some inquiries about Yellow Brick Road, better known as North Franklin. And I met with Fed and Vic And apparently, we can basically help out those businesses and residences by adding this section to existing code, which is basically they call it a residential parking permit, but it isn't really for residences, it's also for businesses, where they will allow businesses and residents in that corridor to have several parking passes that they can use. So this already exists in Channelside, in Ybor, in areas like that, but staff can't do it by themselves. It has to be done by ordinance. So that is what this is. I moved to add the North Franklin Street corridor to section 15-104 of the existing code. Boundaries are East K Street to the south, North Florida Avenue to the east, East Oak Avenue to the north, and North Tampa Street to the west. I'd like this to be brought back at the February 6th, 2025 meeting.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anything else?
The only thing I just kind of want to, obviously, stormwater, when we're looking at stormwater, I think something that was brought up tonight that we hadn't talked about yet, that we probably need to, is coastal high hazard area.
Yep.
And I don't know, I'm going to talk to some folks first, but I just want you to know that I'm going to be working on it to either bring to a workshop or just an update for us to get the ball rolling. Unfortunately, the first workshop's like April, and I'd really like to start talking about it before. So maybe I'll ask for a written report or something just to come back sooner, just to get us talking about, just opening the conversation about development in the coastal high hazard area.
Mr. Shelby.
To this, but we can talk offline, but you have both the comp plan update.
Yeah.
And you also have the chapter 27 rewrite.
I know, but right now the public is asking us to do whatever we can, and so I know we have the land development code update, but I don't know that we're specifically addressing coastal high hazard area in that. And so I think for us as a body, showing the public that we are taking especially the storm surge seriously, that we really have to start talking about the development in this area. So I don't want to start a giant conversation, but I just wanted folks to know if they were going to work on it, I'm going to try to bring something forward so we can start talking about that.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Feely was going to be bringing in the consultant.
Yes, unfortunately, that's not going to be until March now because we had to extend the meeting. So that will be coming to us later.
Okay.
So.
But also that would be a nice, another opportunity to be able to
Yes.
raise all these issues.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Kate Wells with the legal department. When we're talking about the coastal high hazard area, that is something that should be addressed through the future land use update in the comp plan, not the land development code update.
That's
So
kind of what I was
two
figuring,
different-
but.
Two different paths that are moving together, and I don't know when the update from the planning commission is scheduled to be brought back to council.
So that's what I mean. I'll talk to departments. We'll figure out when that is. We'll see what we might need to add to that. I think that's going to go along also with the stormwater inquiry that the county and the city are doing together. So, but I just wanted to make sure it was on our radar that we start talking about it. That's it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Wait, no motion? Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Sir.
There's an item on the, that we put on the January 30th, sorry, I'm running slow today, on the January 30th agenda, which is the Planning Commission to present the 2050 81% of population outside the coastal high hazard area. They've asked us to move that from January 20th to April 24th.
Oh, well, then there you go.
So maybe you want to add something to that too.
No,
But
but
anyway,
there you go. That's it.
motion
Thanks.
to add that, to move that from January 30th to April 24th.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second? Second. Second, Councilmember Clendon, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And then, sir?
We spent months putting together a packet for Lisa Cheshire to name that little pocket park after her down on Pinewood. And you all have that file. I think we've met all the requirements. So I would like to, and there's all kinds of evidence, letters from the community, everything. I would like to make a motion for staff to review the enclosed application for the honorary renaming of the park at Pinewood and Markham after the late Lisa Cheshire. Further, that staff return with the presentation of the application at the March 6th meeting.
All right, we have have a motion, do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Hurtak, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed, anything else?
And just so you all know, before she passed, we also gave her a commendation, so it's not the first time that we.
Anything else?
Yeah, the last one is, I don't remember us talking about this before, but I'm old enough to remember 1976, the bicentennial, the 250th anniversary is coming up. I would like us to put together just an ad hoc committee to meet a few times to give us advice on what we should do, that we should do something special. But I'd like to hear from the public instead of just listening to staff. Unless somebody objects, I'd like to make a motion to ask city staff to report for vote back on March 30th as to the possibility of creating an ad hoc committee to advise on a semi-quincentennial 250th celebration that would have 7 appointees of city council and 4 by the mayor, and would meet 3 times to present and then present their recommendations to council. March, did I say 30? I meant 6, sorry.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
One last thing, for next Thursday's agenda, there is an item that says, and it says Clendenin made the motion, but the motion was made by me regarding a street naming, honorary street naming for Moses White. I think that was done in error. I had other intentions with that. There's already a Moses White street name on Main Street. So I want to continue that item. Is it appropriate to do that now, Mr. Shelby?
Make a motion to fix the Scribner's error as well.
Yeah. It shows it for next Thursday's regular meeting. Should I send a memo out or continue it at the meeting? Just to continue it, because there's,
Do you have a date yet?
no, until further notice.
So why don't we just remove it from the agenda?
All right, I'll remove it from the agenda.
Can Artist Gambriel go along with that one as well? Because a motion was made for him a week after he passed away, and that's not in alignment with the rules either, so. I think it was on the same line, I saw that
I
somewhere.
don't know who made
No,
that
it's
original motion.
2 separate
Yeah, but
items.
it was listed together in terms of it being on the agenda.
No, it's 2 separate line items. Yeah, it shows it here, so I'd like to make a,
Was that a memo from
No,
Van?
it is, it's right next to it.
yeah,
Look-
there's 2.
yeah.
It says
Okay, just
continue,
looks close
continue. Yeah, no. So I'd like to make a motion to remove, it says staff to provide a presentation on an honorary street renaming for Moses White. Why? Because there's already a street named after him, and I wanted to do something a little bit different, so that's my motion. And Councilmember Miranda's.
We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And a motion to change that to Scribner's error too, to reflect that Councilman Maniscalco
Yeah.
made that motion for the renaming.
Exactly.
Thank you. And we so we have a motion to check, to change for Scribner's error. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right. Yes, sir?
Just before you close, same time as development coordination, on behalf of LaShawn and the rest of the rezoning team, we just want to say thank you for the additional dates. They'll be very helpful.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you we aim to please.
Motion to receive and file.
We have a motion to receive and file from Councilmember Henderson, with a second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
Y'all have a